Good morning, everybody. We need to start in 2 minutes, so may I ask everybody to go in to be quick to register and then go in. Okay, we can start when the other guys are entering, don't worry. So, welcome everybody. It's a pleasure for me. I'm Paolo Accidiacono from the San Raffaele University Hospital. It's a pleasure for me to host this 20th edition of Euro-US meeting. This meeting I started the first year here in Milan in 2003, and I give the podium to one of my best friends who shared with me this experience right since 2003. So, Erwin.
Thank you, Paolo. Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a special pleasure and excitement that I welcome you to this year's Euro-US here in Milan, because it's a special event in every aspect. It's the full face-to-face encounter after the COVID shutdown. As you heard, it's the 20th edition celebration of our course, and it's a closing of a circle, because the first meeting took place here in San Raffaele, Milan, in 2003. This course has maintained its vitality and popularity over the years because of the ability to follow and bring the fantastic evolution of endosonography to wide audiences coming from many countries all over the world. I can also state that Euro-US has finally become a global event with the participation of leading experts from various countries who will share your experience with you almost from every continent, from Europe, from Asia, and the Americas. This is also the time to congratulate and thank Paolo and the many members of the local team for the tremendous effort to make this course nothing less than a brilliant success. Thanks and gratitude go also to our devout international faculty, some of them being with us from the early years. Without you, friends, this could not have been possible. And to you, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a fruitful and enjoyable experience. Thank you.
And now, Julio, is your turn. So you are the youngest, but...
Yes, I am the latest acquisition in this board, so it's a big pleasure for me to be here. I can tell you, all of you, that my first ever meeting out of Spain in 2003 was the Euro-US in Milan. So for me, it's also the end of a circle in my professional life. So for me, it's a big pleasure to be here. I think this is one of the biggest events to try to get close to endoscopic ultrasound from diagnostic to beginning. I think this is a great opportunity for all of you and for all of us to learn and to increase the capabilities of AUS. So thank you for all of you for being here, also for the ones that are connected in streaming. And I'm sure this is going to be a great event and a great success. So thank you, Paolo, for the effort for you and the team. I know it's very hard to organize and to do so many live cases, also all the connections worldwide, which is an amazing success from EUS. So thank you to all of you, and thanks to you and the team for the big effort to host us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Julio. So just before starting, just to give you some advice and some news for the day, you can chat if you open, and here's the public Wi-Fi, so you can enter the Wi-Fi and enter the website www.eurous.org. And there you can do a chat, so you can send your questions directly through the website. There will be no microphones on the auditorium, and so you need to perform these questions by chat. We are quite ready to start. Just before starting, I asked the Regia to send a short video because absolutely we need to thank somebody before starting. So please, if you can, if you mind, we can send the first video, and then we will be ready for the beginning. Thank you very much, and enjoy our program. Welcome to Milan in San Raffaele University Hospital, and welcome to 20th edition of EURO-US. This year we are going to transmit from the HPB unit of San Raffaele University Hospital at Pancras Center, and from very, very well-known worldwide expert centers. Before starting these 2 days of really amazing live cases and to enjoy this meeting, I would love to give thanks. And first of all, my thanks are dedicated to the team of pancreatic biliary endoscopy here at San Raffaele. And when I talk about the team of HPB endoscopy, I'm not talking only of endoscopists. Here there are no endoscopists in this image because they are working in another area. But to me, the most important part of the endoscopy team are our anesthesiologists, because they give us the possibility to take care of the patient and giving the possibility to perform painless procedures. And we cannot work absolutely, and we are very, very proud of that, without our pathologist. Here is Professor Doglioni, who is the chief of our pathology department, because we can have the rows on the procedure of every day. But from the bottom of my heart, I think that the most important thanks that I must give is to the backbone of the HPB endoscopy team. And the backbone of the endoscopy team are our nurses. So this is completely our team of nurses, because without them we cannot perform any procedure. Actually, we cannot take care as we take care of our patients. So I think that they need your applause since the beginning. But before starting and play the ball, I think that I have to thank also to our main sponsors, because without them we cannot absolutely organize EUROS since 2003. And among them, I want to really thank our major sponsor, Pentax Endoscope, because as you can imagine, during this meeting we have a huge amount of instruments to take care. Actually, we have at least 80 instruments in the unit, and without the effort of Pentax to give us the possibility to storage all these instruments with the system of Plasma Typhoon that is able to clean and rinse the instrument, the channels, and the plasma bag that is a system that helps us to storage all the instruments in single bags that can be absolutely perfectly used after 30 days. We actually cannot be able to start the procedure in all the rooms that we are going to use. So thank you very much again. Thank you to the sponsor. Thank you to the unit. And I think that we can start with the journey of Euro-US 2023. Thank you very much. Grazie, ragazzi.
Okay. Can we have the, okay. So we are ready to start, and I can't think of no better than Gabriele Capurso, who will be our first speaker, talking about EUS meeting biology. Good morning. Ciao, Gabriele.
Ciao, nice to meet you. After this video clip, looks like I was waiting for the Super Bowl to start or NBA Finals or something like that, but actually it's not, unfortunately. It's just my talk, and it's a different title that Paolo decided to give me, EUS meets biology. So first thing is actually, I have changed it a bit into EUS meets biology in pancreatic cancer, just to limit the wide field it could have been. Let me see, this is the pointer, okay. And so the first doubt I had is, can really something like EUS have something in common with biology? Not quite, I mean, I'm not sure it's a match. And do they have something in common? Well, Professor Santo mentioned the word evolution. And you know the word evolution is probably the basis of the concept of biology. So yes, they do have something in common. EUS made a long way in a short time during these 20 years, and biology is the science of evolution. So evolution is the common denominator, if you wish. And to start with, I thought of what are the unmet needs as a clinician regarding pancreatic cancer that EUS may possibly help us with. So the first one is, as you know very well, we don't have a personalized treatment. We need biomarkers. We don't have biomarkers. Also, we face a disease that is typically resistant to the treatments we use, either from the start or during the treatment. It always becomes resistant to medical treatment. So we need models to test our treatment somehow. Finally, we have a disease that is virtually a metastatic disease every single time. So whatever we do, whichever imaging we use, the disease is always beyond what we see. So we need to predict somehow when the disease is going outside of the pancreas. And for these three questions, I think EUS can help. So I will talk about biomarkers, especially DNA and RNA. I will talk about models, especially organoids. And I will talk about looking for circulating tumor cells, like looking beyond the pancreas, beyond the curtain. So to start with, biomarkers and DNA. We already have guidelines. They are not the same in every single country, but we know that we should, at the very least, look for germline DNA mutations in all patients with pancreatic cancer. This is because a rate between 10 and 15% will have germline mutations, and because some of these germline mutations can guide treatments and can help selecting kindreds for screening for pancreatic cancer early diagnosis. This is especially true for all the BRCA genes. I won't get into details now. But in these old seminal papers of about 10 years ago, it was shown very well that the vast majority of mutations of pancreatic cancer only occur at the somatic level. So you don't have germline mutations. You only have the mutations inside the tumor tissue. So we have to go into the tumor tissue and look for the mutations. This is one of the biggest studies on mutations in pancreatic cancer patients, more than 3,000 patients. And just to have a very basic idea, as you know, 90% of our patients have KRAS mutations, and then going down, the 4 mutations, the most common ones we always find is P53, CDKN2A, and SMAD4. Then we have the BRCA pathway, again, at the somatic level, and different molecular pathways. So what does this mean, and what can we do with that? Well, for the BRCA, as I told you before, if we have a somatic or a germline mutation, we know that platinum-based chemo is going to work better, and potentially we may use PARP inhibitors afterwards. If we have this 1%, pretty much rare, of macrosatellite instability with DNA mismatch repair mutations, potentially we may use immunotherapy. If we find this small percentage of wild-type KRAS patients, then we have to look for other fusion events, and we have targeted treatments for these fusion events. If we find specific KRAS mutations, we have specific targets. And it's very interesting. A few months ago, a paper came out on the New England Journal of Medicine on a target treatment for KRAS P12C mutations that represent just 1 or 2% of all mutations, but the trials with the inhibitors of the most common KRAS mutations are underway now. So this is something that is present and very near future. And in these studies, when you see the survival of patients who are treated in an agnostic way or with targeted treatments based on the mutations I told you, you see the survival is very much different. What else? It is useful to find targeted treatments, as I told you, but can also work as a biomarker to choose which chemotherapy that is not targeted we may start with. This is a paper that is in press in cancer research now, clinical cancer research, and what is very interesting here is that, as usual, you have 20–25% of patients with the somatic SMAD4 mutation, and you see here on the right, doesn't change if you use gemcitabine in patients with or without this mutation. But the percentage of patients who start with resectable disease and become metastatic during chemo if they have SMAD4 mutations is 30%. It's more than the double of those who have SMAD4 wild type. So this mutation should probably be used to select patients who will never go to surgery because they have a much more aggressive disease course. The issue with EUS is, okay, very nice, but most of these studies were initially done on surgical samples. How do we do that? So it started with complex sampling, because we thought that we always needed to freeze this sample in whatever, liquid nitrogen or something similar, to get enough DNA for these experiments. This is actually not true. We know that we can use more or less any sample. This is a randomized control study stating clearly that FMB is better than FNA to get enough DNA for the experiments I told you about. But actually, this really depends on the center and on the expertise of the center. This is a study from our pathology group, Professor Doioni, with Paolo and our surgeons. There were 2 cohorts. Sorry, I'll go back if I can. Yeah. And in one cohort, we had both cytology samples, cytology samples and surgical samples. And this first cohort was used to demonstrate that there was quite a good concordance between the DNA profile of surgical and EUS samples, 88%. The second cohort was just on patients that were never amenable for surgery, so we only had the cytology FNA samples, and there was a 100% success rate in doing NGS for DNA mutations. So it's doable on basically any sample you get from EUS. And it is useful. Again, you find, as you see on the top right, the same rate of mutations I told you about, but in the bottom part, you see these lines, like the green one, the blue one, the dark blue one, are the survival of patients with BRCA mutations, and the dot lines you see close to them are the mean survival of all the cohort treated with the same chemo, just to show you that every patient that had a BRCA mutation and was treated with an oxaliplatinum-based chemo had a better survival than the mean cohort. So it's good. It can predict a lot of things, but DNA is not enough. We know that DNA gets transcripted into RNA, RNA is translated into proteins, so maybe it's not enough. So in the past few years, we had a lot of studies on RNA-seq and transcriptome of this tumor type. The basic concept when you do transcriptomic is that you are not looking for a single event anymore. So we don't care about one mutation. Could be KRAS, MAD4, BRCA. We care about the whole signature. We look at thousands of RNA, and these thousands of RNA, the amount of RNA of each gene is giving you a signature of what that tumor is. And these signatures are classified in subgroups. We basically have 2 large subgroups of pancreatic cancer, the basal-like and the classical. The classical is less aggressive and is responding much better to FOLFIRINOX. The basal-like is kind of a mesenchymal disease, more invasive, much less responding to FOLFIRINOX in the Kaplan-Meier you see here. What we didn't know was how the transcriptome could predict the response to gemcitabine-based chemotherapies. And this paper that made the cover of Gastroenterology in March, yesterday, gave us a response. It is important for us because it's based on a small set of 65 EUS-guided acquired samples. And it shows clearly that you can predict by RNA-seq the response to gemcitabine-based chemotherapy in non-resectable pancreatic cancer patients. And this is the cover of Gastro this month. Here, what we aimed at when we started working with DNA and RNA was how we can get good RNA of enough quantity. The problem with RNA, differently from DNA, is that RNA gets degraded very, very easily. It gets into small fragments. So it's a kind of a guess. You can be lucky and you transcript the right fragment, but you can lose a part of the smaller fragments, so your RNA-seq is a bit of a guess. So what we did, and that's something that Livia Archibugi followed in a couple of years, was looking for different needles and different conditions, SNAP frozen, RNA later, TriSor reagents, to see which condition was best, at least in our situation. And I'll make the story short. On the top left, you see the different media we were using, and the pink one is Trizol. So Trizol was much better in giving us a high quantity of RNA, while for the needles, there wasn't really a huge difference, but there was a tendency toward having a better quality, so less fragmented RNA with acquired 22. This RNA is usable for quantitative PCR, as expected, and we also looked at different contaminations, but we wanted not degraded, so entire RNA samples. So we looked, that's on the right side, for splicing events into the RNA, because if you are able to find the differential splicing, it means that your RNA is not fragmented, and we were able to do that. So apparently, we have a good RNA recovery. And it's usable for RNA sequencing. That is basically what I showed you before. This is an example of a few samples. And for example, here you have 14 classical samples, so less aggressive, and one basal sample in the principal component analysis. On the bottom right, you see one sample that is really clustering different from the others. This is the aggressive one, the one that will not respond to FOLFIRINOX. So it's doable. But biology is much more complex than this. The issue with biology is heterogeneity. And we have two different heterogeneities. One is horizontal. It's basically the principle of natural selection. So by the time the tumor grows, it gets resistance, it gets different, and you have a selection. So it's not the same at the beginning and during the course of the disease. The second one is what we call vertical heterogeneity. So the tumor is different in every single point of the tumor. So you can take FMB, you can do 20 FMB, but the 22nd sample would be different from the other 21, because the tumor is like that. You don't always find the black sheep, but it's the black sheep that will make the patient die. So what we are doing now is at least working on horizontal heterogeneity. So in this program that's called Patch Out, Evolution Upon Treatments, we resample the tumor during chemotherapy to see how the tumor is pruning under the selective pressure of chemo. For the second problem of heterogeneity, biopsies are not enough. Organoids were thought to be the solution for this. You have organoids, so you take your biopsy, it grows, and it's kind of an avatar of the tumor, to make it very simple. So it's good for DNA, it's good for RNA. I won't go into details. You see the success is always around 75%, even from US biopsies. We have good protocols, and you can do RNA sequencing, as you see on the left, and you can use this culture to look at how they respond to your chemo, in this case, gemcitabine and oxaliplatinum. So it looks very, very nice. The problem with organoids is that once you have your tumor cells and you put them in culture and they become organoids, the avatar starts to look different. They tend to lose their original features, they adapt. So these are two papers, the one on the left here. There were organoids from liver metastasis, and they had matched biopsies and the organoids. And the complicated graphs in red and black tells you that the percentage of matched that is the same is very low. For example, for the basal-like tumors, the most aggressive, only 20% of the organoids resemble the original biopsy. And in this other paper that is out this month in Clinical Cancer Research, again, you see it much clearer. So on the left, you have two columns of three colors, primary tissue, metastatic tissue. So for example, the yellow ones are the basal-like, the aggressive ones. On the right, you have the same tumors as organoid, and you see how the percentage of basal-like, the bad one, gets much, much lower. When you put these cells into a nice organoid plate, they become different. They look less dangerous. Single-cell RNA can somehow predict this, but we have to remember that the issue is, again, biology. The tumor is a chameleon. It adapts to whatever it finds around him. So RNA expression state is much different in vivo and ex vivo. Finally, can we use EUS to look beyond the pancreas? And I will talk a bit about circulating tumor cells. As you know, these cells have a kind of staminal capacity. They are very good at surviving outside the initial situation in the circulating blood, and they are able to form pre-metastatic niches right from the beginning. When the tumor is already very, very small, you can have these cells in a metastatic site because they are able to do so. And these cells, typically in the blood of pancreatic cancer patients, are much lower, is the red column, compared to any other cancers. And it's not because pancreatic cancer doesn't give rise to metastasis. This is due to a filter from the liver. So from the pancreas, these cells go through the liver. They are somehow stopped inside the liver. So you don't find them in the peripheral blood. You have to go somewhere between the pancreas and the liver. So the portal vein is a very nice target because you can go there with the EUS, you can puncture the portal vein as we do for measuring portal pressure in cirrhosis, and we can take these cells. So this is something that we started recently. Giuseppe Vanella is in charge of that, and we are comparing the number of circulating tumor cells in the peripheral and portal blood. These were the results of the first 6 patients, and you can clearly see there are much, much more circulating tumor cells in the portal vein blood. Also, you can stain these cells, and you can see when these cells are mesenchymal-like.
We have one more minute, Gabriele.
Yeah, I've finished. So my conclusion is that tissue obtained from EUS is useful. You can obtain good DNA and RNA. This is useful to define prognosis and choose treatments. PDOs are a powerful tool, but we have to remember that Avatar is always a chameleon. Cancer biology evolves vertically, horizontally, under the pressure of treatment. We have to keep in mind that. And also, we have to remember that the tumor is metastatic right from the start. We have to look beyond the pancreas. Also, what I want to tell you is we really think that EUS is a perfect moment for research in this tumor type. This is our pipeline during endoscopic ultrasound. It's the moment to take data on the CRF, tissue collection, blood biobanking, image storing for artificial intelligence, or whatever you want to do in a single moment, in a 1 hour time. Thanks to all the team, you have a lot of information to use. And how to do that? Once again, what we say every single time, FNA, FNB, frozen, not frozen, talk with your pathologist. As the AGA stated in this white paper, it really depends on your site and on your laboratory. The way you do it doesn't change, but we have to do that because we have to do more. We have to use this powerful technique for research, little by little, to fill the research gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriele, for this enlightening lecture, but unfortunately we don't have time for questions because we have to proceed. So, Paolo, are you with us?
Hello, Erwin, can you hear us?
Yes.
So, we are ready to start very quickly because the pancreatologist has already take 1 minute more. But thank you, Gabriele, for this wonderful lecture. So, we are ready to start the EUS live activity for today, and we start with the first case. Yeah.
The following case is about a man of 74-year-old with a recent emergency department admission for recent onset of jaundice. Blood test showed increase in cholesterol index. Abdominal ultrasound shows dilation of intra and extrahepatic bile ducts associated with eye drop of the gallbladder. Abdominal CT scan show a pancreatic head lesion of 32 per 25 millimeters in size, associated with dilation of intra and extrahepatic bile duct and a mild ectasia of main pancreatic duct. No focal liver lesion, no adenopathy. Today's procedure is EUS-guided fine needle aspiration with rapid on-site evaluation and endoscopic retrograde cholangiopancreatography with biliary self-expandable metastem placement. The operators are for the US, Professor Fusaroli from Imola, Dr. Seisan from Cluj, and for ERCP, Dr. Arvanitakis from Brussels and Dr. Ivanov from Leiden.
Pietro, can you hear us?
Hello, good morning, Paolo.
Hello. So
It's our honor to do the opening case of this great meeting. I'm here with La Creme de la Creme, together with Andrada Seisan, a staff of nurses and anesthesiologists, which is unbelievable. And last but not least, two guys from Olympus helping me to use this linear echo endoscope, GF UCT 180, and the Arietta 850, which will be useful for showing us some interesting features of this patient. So as usual, I try to stay very basic when I approach every case of a pancreatic biliary indication. So I'd like to start from the cardiac, where I can immediately find the abdominal aorta and the left diaphragmatic crus, which are the main landmark to help me find the pancreas. The first big vessel emerging from the abdominal aorta is the celiac artery. So I like to now follow the celiac artery and tipping down a little bit. Now I tip down and I keep pushing the scope inside. So by doing so, this allows me to jump on the pancreatic parenchyma at the level of the body. And I do always this maneuver because even if the indication is the head of the pancreas, such as in this case, because I want to get acquainted a little bit about the echogenicity of the pancreas of this individual patient. So what we can see from the very beginning is that this pancreas is normal. There's no sign of chronic pancreatitis. So a little piece of information we should start storing in our memory. Regarding the Wilson duct, Rolf, if you can help me, we can take a measurement of the Wilson duct diameter, which seems a little bit enlarged, not so much. So Andrada, you can jump in at any time. I know you have to share my mic with me, but I don't mind.
So we will follow the level of the head of the pancreas. And now you are going deep into the second part of the movement. Following over there, the region, which can be described as 6 meters diameter, and the slight dilation of the kidney. This kidney should be about 11 millimeters from CT scan, so we will look at it. So here it is, the region.
So I believe, I hope you can hear Andrada well, as you can hear me. So I've now introduced the scope into the bulb, the duodenal bulb, and I am in the long position. I'm just pushing the top of the scope against the apex of the bulb. First structure we find Andrada at this level is the common bile duct. We can see a little bit of sludge inside the common bile duct, and we can measure the diameter of common bile duct. So this is at 3 millimeters. But probably
sorry, just a moment. Can we improve the quality of the sound? It's a little bit muffled here in the room. So maybe reducing a little bit the volume because we didn't understand Andrada and also.
Yeah, unfortunately, Andrada has closed my mic. So I hope we can fix this. I'm sorry for Andrada and for you. So I hope you can hear me at least. Can you hear me in the room? Please confirm. I guess it's a yes. So at this level, if I could counterclockwise, I try to see the middle line And in particular, I am interested in this very dilated gallbladder. As you can see, this gallbladder is clearly hydrotic, and it's a sign of effusion. So I also keep in mind this information that this gallbladder can be applied for drainage if I can't find better ones. So by now, for the sake of time, I want to push the scope further down. When we begin to see the tumor itself, what is? It's a large tumor. This is tumor is, let me take a diameter for you, is 30, as shown by CT scan, by 2 millimeters. So it's a large mass. So first image enhancement feature I want to show is a raster. So please, let's switch on a raster and see what we can get from this qualitative raster. This is purely qualitative. We just base our judgment on the map. And if you please, wait. We can appreciate that this mass is quite heterogeneous, green and blue. So I don't see any particular predominance of yellow. So I keep my judgment looking at for a while. I'm not sure if this looks like a pancreatic duct adenocarcinoma. It is possible, but not for sure. So we go on. Let's go back to B mode. So I will now introduce the scope in the second portion and pull it back in order to gain a short position. And I'm doing the search for the anatomical landmarks from the second portion. So most important landmark is abdominal aorta. And abdominal aorta allows me to find right on its right the pancreatic head. So let us see what we are able to appreciate from pancreatic head. While I show this, I ask the nurses to keep contrast ready, because next step is to perform contrast. I'm working, of course, for the sake of time, so I don't want to skip any particular important step. So one important aspect we can appreciate from here is the pancreatic duct being infiltrated by the tumor. You can see the pancreatic duct around it here, but maybe a little bit dilated, as Ngada is suggesting, but not really infiltrated by the tumor. Here we go, 5.5, slightly dilated. And if I pull back, I should be able to look for the common duct and any particular sign of infiltration. Here it comes. Common bile duct is here. We also see some lymph nodes, 1, 2, around the lesion. So last thing I want to look for is infiltration of the duodenal wall, and I think we clearly see no boundary, full boundary between the lungs and the duodenal wall. So for the sake of time, I ask Rod to go through the contrast enhancement setting, please, Rod, and Vito to be ready with injection.
The mesenteric vessel is important for the patient because it's a resectable lesion.
So the important point from Andrada, I can really detect a really significant invasion of mesenteric vessels. Okay, now I think it's very important to appreciate the contrast pattern. So when you're bleeding, I will ask Vito to inject the vials. So this feature of aorta is automatic electronic focus depths, so we don't have to take care of the focus depths. We can inject, see, go, and then some saline. You can start the counter, go. So the vial has been injected. Let's see what we see, what we get. All from the room, you're with us?
So we wait in the next 25 seconds to see the arterial phase, the arterial phase of the contrast image. So contrast is coming, but it's less than the surrounding tissue. What do you think? Behavior, Pietro?
Yeah, I think I also can look at that as well. You can see the lesion is coming with also. We see a very nice superficial of the lesion, which is indicated by enhancement of the surrounding pancreatic phalanx and other structures, such as the duodenum, which is enhanced, but the lesion is clearly altered. So this behavior is much in favor of pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma. So if nothing is against, you can see very well the Wilson duct with the contrast mode right here. Is it, see? Okay.
Well, do you look during contrast for the washout phase?
Yes, we are very well in the washout phase. Of course, if the lesion is hypoenhanced from the very beginning, there is no clear washout, but it's very important to wait for the venous phase, because this is when we have the enhancement, the real enhancement effect in negative when we deal with pancreatic ductal. So always for the sake of time, I think it's time to puncture. And for this lesion, I think the 19 gauge, I'm using a EZ3 Plus needle from Olympus, the new brand from the company. So these needles, can we go back to BMO, the rolls, please? I chose deliberately a 19 gauge to demonstrate this is a flexible needle. I don't know if it's possible to see also a room view for you from the auditorium.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I think this is a nice chance, although the echoendoscope is deep in the second portion of the duodenum, and I do have to apply some torquing, but still you will see the needle with this aluminum shaft is very easy to maneuver. It will go inside very swiftly. This is the case.
What technique would you like to use? Slow pull aspiration?
Okay, so for the first pass, I'd like to go with just a slow pull. And then if we get very scant cellularity, we will go on with some suction.
Pietro, usually will you use an FNA needle or FNB needle for such a solid?
Yeah, this is an FNB needle. It's the EZ3 Plus needle from Olympus. So I'm trying to figure out whether I'm able to perform the puncture from this short position. Otherwise, I will have to go to the long position from the duodenal bulb.
By avoiding the necrotic part inside.
Yes, all the lesion is quite hypoenhanced, so I think there is no preferred site for the puncture. So this can be a good window. And you can see, I shoot the needle very easily inside the lesion. So this needle has a wonderful cutting effect. And now we will do a slow pull, okay? Slow pull and some fanning. Slow pull and some fanning. Like that. I can maneuver this needle quite easily, as if it were a 22 gauge, but this is 19 actually. We published a paper in 2019, a multi-center study, showing that with just one pass with this needle, you can obtain very good material. So the slow pull is over. I retract the needle, and I hand it over to the cytopathologist.
Pietro, Paolo. Hello. Fantastic procedure. Right in time. Great.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much. So now we go for the next case while you wait for the rows and the adequacy of your specimen. Go on.
Okay.
Is about 9-year-old male with no remarkable family and past medical history. For sudden onset of abdominal pain radiated to the back, the patient underwent ultrasound and CT body scan, which showed a well vascularized solid lesion with pancreatic head measuring 44 millimeters in diameter, without evidence of secondary lesion or lymphadenopathies. The blood tests were normal and also the CA 199. So today's procedure is US with fine needle aspiration. The operators are Dr. Iglesias Garcia and Dr. Wade from USA.
Maybe we can.
Hello, can you hear us? Perfectly. So you have your 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is a very nice case. I say even nicer. I'm here with Assad. I'm here with a team of we're working with a new full scope 740 UT attached to the Arieta 850 with all of the team of San Rafael, which is great. And it's very nice coming from a pancreatic cancer to something that is not a pancreatic cancer, because we can see some difference from the very beginning. So I know we have just 15 minutes, but I think we need to focus on how you can evaluate a solid pancreatic lesion and how you can have a lot of information just based on non-looking to the lesion. Here we are just in the pancreatic body, and the first difference as compared to the previous cases, the pancreas is completely normal.
Parenchyma looks fine.
Parenchyma is completely normal. We can see the PD that is normal, and very importantly, we start to see the big vessel. So I'm just pointing the splenic vein. So now I'm tracing, and this is the supramesenteric artery, and we can see here the border of the supramesenteric artery all the time with no infiltration, and we start to see here from the stomach the lesion that we've already saw in the CT scan. So this is the lesion, and very nicely we can start even to stage, because there is no infiltration at all of the supramesenteric artery. So we just move back to look to the supramesenteric vein. So here we have the splenic vein. We just do a left rotation. We come here to the confluence with the portal vein, supramesenteric vein. This is the part of the pancreatic head from the stomach. And again, we follow the SMB. And following the SMB, we can see that again, the tumor is coming here. We've seen it from the stomach, and there is nothing, no infiltration of the vessel. So it's a very good sign.
Yes.
If we have a lesion of 4 centimeters and we see no infiltration of the SMA, no infiltration of portal vein confluence on SMA, we start to think that this is probably
Not the standard adenocarcinoma, but something else.
So now we can just change a little bit the settings of the system. So, because I want to show you that sometimes we can see all the pancreas from the stomach, and we can very nicely see here the lesion in the pancreatic head. And we have not moved from the stomach. So this is just to show that we can do a complete exploration of the pancreas from the stomach, thanks to the new systems and the good penetration of the big mode imaging. Okay, and we can very nicely see here the lesion with the supramesenteric artery here. So we know there is no infiltration.
No, absolutely, nice plane between them.
Okay, and we can very nicely see the lesion here. Okay, but this is not the best place to do all the evaluation and the best place to do the biopsy, so we switch. So we're moving to the pancreatic head. I'm just
and note, Julio, that with the Fuji scope, it's kind of like a direct vision, so you can get an view optically.
Yes, because there is a slight difference against the scope, and this is a 30 degrees view, so is the scope with a more close to frontal view when we're talking about endoscopic ultrasound, although it's not directly frontal, it's still a little bit oblique.
But it's closer to frontal.
If we just can show that with a little bit of movements, we can do a retroflexion with a therapeutic scope with a 4.0 working channel. Mm-hmm. So this is a very important message from this scope, that you can do a complete stomach exploration with an US linear scope. Yes. But let's go to the job, because, so I just do the same as Pietro. I put the scope in the tip of the apex. So we start to see here all the pancreatic head, which is normal. This is the portal vein. This is the confluence with the splenic vein. This is the supramesenteric vein. So we keep talking more to the distal part of the head, close to the uncinate process, and we can very nicely see here the lesion that we need to evaluate. So this is in B mode. You can very nicely see all the borders of the lesion. Let's try to measure. It's an heterogeneous lesion, not a typical pattern, I will say, of a pancreatic adenocarcinoma.
Right.
So we were commented that it's a 4.4. So let's see what is the real size of the lesion in NAUS.
It's 5 centimeters.
This is a 5 centimeter from here.
By 4. 4 by 5 centimeters.
So we still see that there is no vascular infiltration. We can see a lot of vessels, but it's like the tumor is displaced in the vessels, but it's not really infiltrating the vessels. And that's a very important sign.
Yeah.
We're just seeking again superior mesenteric artery. We can see again superior mesenteric vein, and we can very nicely see that there is no real infiltration of the vessels. So it's a tumor not infiltrating. So let's go for advanced imaging. That's the next step. We've seen in B mode. We have a lot of information in B mode. Now we're in the duodenum. I'm an ES guy. I don't care where I am in the duodenum endoscopy. I just try to find my position in AUS, not in endoscopy.
Right.
So let's start with elasto.
Okay, so
this is the elastographic evaluation.
so this is the qualitative.
Qualitative one, okay? So let's stay here. And we have a mixed complete pattern. Let's go to the frame average. The frame average, what it's going to do is a mean of all of the different color maps of the different frame of this frame of time. And we see that there is a lot of, in the interpretation, there is a lot of, what you say, soft tissue together with intermediate and a little bit of
Duration, blue.
So this is something that you can see in neuroendocrine tumors because depending on the grade of the tumor, we know that G1 tumors tend to be softer than G3 tumors, and this is related to the amount of cells that you have.
Right.
As more cells, less compression, more hard. So probably this is a combination in this tumor, some areas with less number of cells and some other areas with a higher number of cells.
Yeah.
It is true that in my routine today, I'm not going so hard to do a strain histogram or a strain radio because at the end, in tumors, I rely more on the pattern and in the interpretation of the pattern than just trying to have a specific number. We have available in the system the new software for the shear wave elastography. In the tumors, there is just a very recent paper that is going to be published that states that the key to have a good shear wave in a solid tumor is that the ROI should be same size of the tumor. And this is extremely complicated. There is another problem for shear wave in AUS that when you do it outside of the patient percutaneously, you ask the patient to hold the breath. When you do an AUS and the patient is under propofol sedation, you cannot ask him to hold the breath. So it's a little bit complicated, but we will show how it looks like. So we will do the update and we can do 5, 10 measurements. This is the optimal place, and I'm not going to take time and do all of the measurements. I will focus on one. So what we will have here is the value of the velocity, which is 2.99. That means that it's a hard lesion. But we also have the kilopascals. That is 26.78. Right. So this is how shear wave elastography looks like. I think there is a promising technique, but we need to test and we need to optimize and we need to develop the technique.
So it still needs to be standardized.
Yes, there is a new, very recent meta-analysis, but I think all the studies coming from Japan, and I think we need to spread and have more studies coming from the States, from Europe. But I think it's promising. We need to see what is the correct place of this new elasto technique. Now we go to analyze the vascularization, and now we have two possibilities with this system. We are going to start with a recently new one, which is DFI, which is detective flow imaging. This is a new technique based on B mode, and the idea is to analyze the pixels. So it's the pixel frame, so it's going to analyze very small movements, which is great to detect microvascularization. I will say this like doing a contrast enhancement without contrast. So let's see how it works.
So the stress is on the vascularization, not on the tissue itself.
Exactly.
As you're going to see.
So this is the
image.
This is the image that we can obtain. Let's freeze it. And we can very nicely see the huge microvascularization inside of this tumor, which is very much related to what we expect this to be a neuroendocrine tumor, because the patient has no prior history of any other kind of tumor. So this is a very nice image of DFI, and I think it's going to be nice to compare to contrast enhancement. So if we're able to give contrast, we are going to switch for the contrast. So now we have the contrast. It's a big lesion, so let's try to increase a little bit, to bring the focus a little bit down, and whenever we're ready, so now we're ready for the contrast. So let's go for the counter. So remember that in the pancreas, there is only arterial phase and venous phase. We do not have late phases. And you can see that the behavior of the lesion is almost the same as what we have just already detected with DFI.
So DFI is basically the virtual form of the contrast enhancement.
Exactly. So I think, I mean, there's a very recently new technique available in the 850 system. So we still need to check and to do comparative studies. We have started a study in Santiago. We've already included 20 patients. And believe me that the correlation between contrast enhancement and DFI is extremely very high.
Actually, this case is a nice illustration. If you look at this and the image you got on the DFI, they look almost identical.
Exactly. So I think we've done a good job. We've used B mode. We've done advanced imaging with the elasto evaluation. We have a very nice approach on what we expect this lesion to be. Let me just stop the counter, because if not, it's going to be all the time over there. And now is the time for the FNA and FNB, because we can discuss whether there is a good indication for FNA or FNB based on the advanced imaging. But I think these big tumors, I think it deserves to be biopsy to have the final diagnosis. Yes. So I think they are going to provide me with a sharp core. So we will start with a 25 sharp core. I can tell you that here in Milan is very easy. You don't need any needle. You just need, with Professor Doglioni, it's very easy. You will always have a positive result with your FNA or FNB. It doesn't matter the needle you're going to use. But I think the idea is to start using the 25 sharp core for on-site, and then I think we are going to do an additional pass with the 22, because I think we are going to use a new system for the analysis of the samples. So I'm not going to place the E-flow now, because if you put the E-flow, you will never biopsy this lesion.
Yes.
Because now there's a lot of artifacts because of the contrast and because it's an hypervascular lesion. So we freeze. We are going to take out the stylet. Okay, here we are. So we will just try to find the best position for the lesion to access the lesion. I think this is a very nice place. Okay, I don't know why I'm putting the Doppler, because it's going to be.
It's not there.
So I retrieve a little bit. I just pull it down a little bit. Okay. Okay, now that I'm just trying to reposition again with the sharp core, you need to take out first initially the needle a little bit, and then we can take it out a little bit more. And now I think we can go very, very nicely in, and here we are, inside of the lesion here. So I think we are going to do a slow pull, because this is going to be a well vascularized. So I think it's not the best case for aspiration, because it's going to be very bloody if we use aspiration.
Yeah, bloodiness is less when you use a slow pull, or even not to use any type of.
Yeah. But since we have the stylet that we need to take it out, we can use the slow pull.
Slow pull, right.
So we just try to do a little bit of fanning, as Pietro showed before, using a little bit the big wheel and the elevator. Okay. Always try to have the needle inside of the lesion. So, okay. Okay. We're done? We can take it out. Okay. So now we are taking out the system of the sharp core that you are able to keep the system, but the needle is just out. So now we can keep the position for the next puncture,
right.
without.
You can change the size of the needle.
And we can change the size of the needle. So now we are going for a 22, because we are trying to do how you call the system is, Paolo told me there.
Question for the audience, how many of you still use FNA for solid pancreatic lesions in your routine work?
None.
Anybody? Nobody? What do you say, Dana? What? You still use FNA?
Wait.
I still use FNA.
You have Rose in your department?
No.
No,
We have mouse.
you don't have.
Here in Milan, we use rows and 25 for every single passage.
Paolo, Milan is, is very privileged to have Dr. Doglioni.
I think that we can move back to room number 6, so room where Professor Avanitakis and Professor Vanov will start in 2 minutes. So we can stay with Julio for a moment more because they are not ready. We can go back to the previous room. The room.
Okay.
Yeah. So we prepare we will prepare the specimen, the 2 specimens that you have obtained, Julio.
Yeah.
The first one for the rose and the second one for the Vivascope.
So I'm going to go for the second pass, Paolo, if you agree.
Yeah. You do the second pass with the 22 for the Vivascope.
Okay, so
then we will show all the specimens at the end of this session.
Okay, so I do not know if I'm online or not. If I'm online?
Yeah, you are.
Yes.
Okay, so I've just switched the part of the needle, not the complete system. So you see that I'm again in the same position that I was before because we didn't need to change almost anything.
Right.
So the only difference is now I have a 22 sharp core.
So the size has changed.
So just change the size. So I release again, and I will try to go again. This is the first difficult part on the sharp core, in the very beginning, because you need to take it out a little. Okay, now we are a little bit. Then I take this out a little bit, and let's try to go straight into the lesion. Let's try to optimize the position. Here I am, I think. Okay, let me see if I'm okay. So I'm in again. So now we go again for the slow pull. Okay, probably it's going to be a little bit different. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. I think, Sad, we are correct inside of the lesion.
We are inside. We're doing some nice fanning.
Yeah, and trying.
Yeah.
So we can access different parts of the lesion. I can also try to go deeper in the lesion because it was the more blue part.
The blue part.
I always try to go very gently in the to and fro movements, not to do it very fast
or abrupt.
I know that Shyam is usually faster doing that. At the end, it depends on your technique, on the needle also.
Yeah, I doubt it has any effect on the yield, but it's just the style.
Okay, I think we've already done and we finished, so we are going to take it out. Now we can take all the needle out.
Done.
We unfreeze, and we are done here, Paul. I do not know if audience have any additional question, any comment?
Oh, you were perfect, both of you. So I think that in the ERCP room we are ready because I'm looking Mariana working. So thank you very much, and see you for the next procedure.
Okay.
Let's move to the room number 6.
A little bit of
Mariana.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Morning, Mariana. Good morning.
So you heard the story about this patient.
Yeah.
And we already had the results of the FNA. So it's positive. I'm just trying to position myself in the duodenum.
And I think that might be an additional challenge if you have done an EOS up front because you have a bit more air. And to see if you can navigate gate down. But I'm pretty sure we're going to make a way. The patient is in prone position. I think that's also important to know, especially for the fluoro, that you can orient yourself.
So as he's in prone, I'm towards the patient. I still have a bit of difficulties. So this is where the antrum is there.
So you see actually that Mariana, she says, okay, a bit difficulty to find my way, take a bit of distance, really look around, see if there's too much air in. And I think you just should take your time. This is always what happens. And I think especially if you have done an EOS up front, I think we're nearly there. Also, one of the other moments you might have these difficulties finding your way if there's an altered anatomy, and that can already be a liver transplantation. So also there up front, you have to realize that that might going to take you a bit more time. And you see, there we are.
So now I'm going to shorten my scope. And luckily, the papilla is just there looking at us. So Pietro and Adrada nicely showed that there was no duodenal infiltration and no duodenal stricture, which is, we're happy about that. So first of all, we're going to look at the papilla and try to see a bit the landmarks. So Janine, what do you think? I would go for there, I think, the 11 o'clock.
I think it's always higher than you think. But
yeah.
Just to give a first impression of this papilla, I thought this is a fish eye.
Yeah,
it's true. Main duct eye PMN question mark. I just don't know. It is not what the EOS did reveal, so I'm going to put it aside. But that was my first impression.
Yeah, it is true. It is very
mucoid.
It's very mucoid and very open. But I would say the bile orifice is on that side at 11 o'clock.
It's at 11 o'clock, and with cannulation always higher than you think. She's going to point out now. You're going to take a catheter off.
Yes. So now I have the Olympus clever cut here, a sphincterotome. I take a sphincterotome immediately because of the orientation. It can give us some help. I'm also using the Olympus 190 scope with a disposable cap. So I have a very nice stable position.
Yeah, so I think with regard to the catheters, if you have fellows, what I try to do is to always start with the same method, so they get used to it. And for yourself, of course, you can deviate and immediately say, okay, I rather like to have a ball tip or whatsoever. But I think in a training setting, it's essential that you try to start always the same for the better learning curve.
So maybe we can give it a try here. So Stinja. No.
So you see that she's going to do a wire-guided cannulation. Maybe we can have some fluoro. Okay, we're waiting a bit for the fluoro. Yes.
Ah, other way around.
It's a bit the other way around, but we can handle. It's easily turned. Let's see where the wire is going. Can we have a bit more fluoro? Fluoro, please, so we can see if the wire is going in.
Hai resistenza? Poco? Ah, sì, non è.
So stop.
Fuori. So we'll try again. First, I try to get some a feeling that you're in somewhere in the ducts.
Yeah, and you see Mariana nicely, slowly navigating to go in the direction of the papilla. And I think here it's all about patency, being soft, but just touching softly, having a good direction, and then with small movements of the wire, see if you can get in. Can we have some fluoro? Yes.
It would be nice to have the fluoro in the room as well.
Piano, piano.
Yes.
Yeah. Piano.
You see that they're trying to navigate the wire in. I do not know if you can appreciate that as well. It's really nice teamwork here.
Yeah. Resistencia, okay.
Okay, we are out again.
So maybe a bit lower down. I still feel that it's here, Janine, and not where the mucus is coming out.
No, I fully agree. I also think it's in this direction. And you might have missed it, but under the fluoro, we could see you are in a bit. But we might also face the tumor, which is just, I would say,
yes, if you don't have resistance, you can go on.
The papilla. And now we have fluoro and see where we go.
Resistance? Yeah. Maybe a bit like this. I give you a little direction there.
Okay, now you see that they are bending it a bit. Yeah.
I feel I'm in something.
Yeah, I think we might be in something. Can we have fluoro? Can we have fluoro?
Now you can still, you'd still advance?
We don't see the fluoro.
Oh, no, we're out again.
Okay. And should we probably bend the catheter?
Yes, I think that this will,
yeah.
You can maybe bend a bit, like we did before. Bend. Bend the catheter.
Yeah, now we're going somewhere.
No.
And I think we have a straight wire, don't we?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Okay.
that's it. I like.
Okay.
You can try.
Which kind of wire are you using, Mariana?
It's an Olympus straight wire. So it's not a J shape. It's a straight wire, which gives us. It's a nice flexible tip, but gives us a bit less possibilities to move around. Also using with torque. Huh?
Yeah, and it is a 3.0035 wire. And here you see them gently trying to find their way. We pushing against something.
You have resistance? Okay, you can maybe bend a bit more.
But I have to say that from the fluor, I think we have
a
nice position, so it should be here somewhere.
Yeah, so you can come back and try again. Because I'm really feeling that I'm inside the duct.
Yes, go.
I'm at resistance.
Yeah, but there might be the tumor.
You go?
Yeah.
Can we have some fluor?
Okay.
Yes, sir, we have something. Come on.
It seems like the pancreas.
Could be. Maybe come back and we will bend a bit more and you can go back in. Yeah, I give a little bit different direction.
But I think also if we have pancreas, we have a way and we could consider to do a double wire technique.
Yes, if we get there, I think that if we...
But if you go up, you might be in the right position.
Yeah.
Go, please, yeah.
Yeah, try going a bit up.
I think
slowly.
you are in this. Yeah.
I'm in
you might
something.
be in the CBD, yeah?
Maybe, we'll see.
I'm pretty sure
you're in
CBD.
something, that's for sure.
Now slowly stretch a bit.
No. If you don't have, you can go.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think this is, yeah, I can maybe, you can unbend a bit so I can maybe get a little bit in and help you with whatever.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
So what he's trying to do now is to follow the wire, as you can appreciate, and now they together trying to get in higher.
Go in higher, whatever you go in, it's good.
You see, this must be okay.
Maybe it's the cystic duct now.
You can give a bit of contrast.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be something interesting. It even looks like the cystic duct, no?
If you look at the curls, it might be, but at the other hand...
You can come back maybe and go again. Ancora dietro e stingi. Stingi. Go. Yes, this looks something interesting. So I'm going to follow you a bit. Okay, you're good there? Might be the gallbladder, we'll see. Maybe get a little bit of contrast as we're here. A little bit of contrast. Not yet injection.
So what you see is that you always have the next step in mind. So she wants now to visualize where the stricture is if we write with the wire.
Okay, you can inject, yeah.
We're trying to inject, but I think we're losing it at the tip of the scope. You see, it's
there we have something that's distended there.
So maybe we have to go in a bit more with the catheter. We are in the narrow part, probably. Yeah. Now, but you see the contrast in the bowel.
I think it's the bile duct.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go a bit further up, but I have a bit of resistance, huh?
Yeah, I think you are at the tumor, so you have a bit of resistance. But because you're in the tumor and you really try to give contrast,
you cannot unbend completely, unbend it.
The contrast runs back.
Unbend. Unbend straight.
It's already unbent.
It's already bent, okay.
So Mariana's now going to try
I'm
to
inside,
follow the wire.
I'm inside.
And as you might have seen on the endoscopic
image,
this
is easier.
Behind.
Yeah, this is better. Okay, so this is the bile duct.
Yeah, so the hypothesis was right that we were really at the tumor.
Yeah, it was really a tight tumor. Okay, very well. So now we're good. We're not in the cystic duct. So we will do the sphincterotomy. Okay, so I come back.
And we keep the wire in the place. Who's
Wire
controlling
place.
the wire?
You can push a bit the wire to be
Can we have fluid
push.
so we ensure the wire? That's fine.
Good. So I come back. Wait. I come back,
Okay,
I come
can
back.
you give another fluoro?
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
So this is, we have the knife here. So this is, you can see the knife of the sphincterotome. It's, half of it is insulated to protect the scope. And we cut with the distal part that's inside the duct now. So I will cut here. I have auto cut mode. Auto cut mode. So sphincterotomy, we keep the right hand on the scope and we give the direction with our right hand by doing counterclockwise, going towards the 11 o'clock direction. So now I know, Jenny, what you're going to ask me, huh? So go ahead and ask me. I'm cutting.
So the question is, if you're going to place a metal stand, do you or do you not do a sphincterotomy? I think there are
a little one.
So here it's already one done, very nice, very sharp, no bleeding, it looks really nice.
Buscopan,
but I think
yes.
look at data.
Buscopan, yes, please. Yeah.
There are two worlds, whether you do a sphincterotomy or not. So what do you normally do?
So we do a short sphincterotomy.
Okay.
Just for access, because it was a bit difficult to go in. So it's a short stricture, huh?
Very short.
Very short.
But tight.
Tight. And the cystic duct, I think it's where the scope is now.
Yeah.
So I think that a 6 centimeter partially covered stance will be good. Yeah. So the Cook 6 centimeter partially covered stance.
And for a bit of reason behind to do a sphincterotomy or not, the idea is that if you do a sphincterotomy, that the chance that you get a pancreatitis is smaller.
Spingy. Okay. So we do the exchange now. We can unbend completely, huh?
Yeah.
Straight, yeah, okay.
Can you do fluoro?
Okay.
Okay, the wire is very deep in.
I'll bring it a bit. Tira. Yeah, tira ancora. Okay, it's better?
Yeah, it's still quite far in, but it's fine.
Tira.
Here it's relatively stable.
No, spingy is push. Now I learned it.
And can you fix it with?
Yes. Yeah. I'm fixing it with my elevator now.
So as soon as you can see the wire on your endoscopic image,
1 moment. Okay, you're good.
Stop the fluoro.
So I know that I'm an old-fashioned gal. I work with long, but I really have enjoyed working as a team. So this is really teamwork. But it's very important to coordinate your movements with your assistant, huh? Water, aqua. So the Cook system has a very handy deployment system with a possibility of getting your stent back if you're not happy with the position. But of course, everything here, it's you don't have a lot of possibility to have traction from your assistant because it's in a short system.
So you will be using the evolution, and are you going to dilate the stricture?
Excuse me?
Are you going to dilate or go straight away?
No, and most of the times you can get in like this. It should, it was a bit tight, so we'll hope that it'll go through. But normally you don't have to dilate. I don't know, Janine, if you have another practice.
No, I also normally don't dilate. This stent is tapered. It's actually like a bougie.
Yeah.
So if you just push and you have enough traction
I'm coming
on the wire,
out, huh?
and the wire is in deep, so the technician can really help you if needed. But here you see it coming. And now you see Mariana pushing in. We are at the stricture though. And you see with a
it's going in.
Past.
Yeah, very nicely.
Yeah, they're very practical, these stents. They're very well designed. So here it's important to see the landmarks. And I always tell my fellows, look at the stent before you put it in the patient. And here you see this, the end of the stent is here. And this is the yellow catheter for which we introduced the stent. So now we're going to do another bit of coordination. So we're going to start deploying the stent. You'll see that it will come it will shorten a lot, and it will become, of course, it will be underneath the hilum. It's also important to know the shortening possibility of the stents. And you can really tailor-made the use of your stents according to your anatomy, structural hilar strictures. So one stent from one company will not have the shortening from another company. So 6 centimeters is not always a 6 centimeter. So
I fully agree. And I think there always, if you get new
opening,
stents in your hands, you really have to check. And I would personally suggest that you get familiar with 1 or 2 types of stents and don't have 10 different types of stents on stock.
So now we are deploying. So maybe you can see, stop a bit. We can see what we're doing with the deployment system. So it's really like a gun and you're pushing on the handle to push out the stent and I'm bringing it back. You can see I'm pulling with my right hand to bring it back. And I'm checking the fluor at the same time. It's opening nicely. So just tell me where you're at the no return position.
Yeah, I think it's very controlled deploying.
Okay.
With every push of the technician, the stent goes in a bit, and Mariana is taking back the catheter a bit, and it goes very smooth.
You can go a bit. There we go. You see the yellow. Yellow is good. You're no. Okay, so we're still. We check again, and we think we're good.
I think we are perfect, and we
are
at the point of no return.
Okay, it's good. So we check, we're good. We're underneath the hilum. The structure is nicely stented, so we can do the whole thing now.
So you can continue.
Yeah.
And you should not forget to take the safety wire out of this deployment system. Otherwise, you have nicely deployed your stent, and then you go out with your scope, and you go out with your stent.
Wait, we have a little issue here with the...
I think if you pull, it's going to be fine.
With
we want to release also the safety.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Then you
yeah. You have to take out the red thing. Yeah.
See, now it's going to open up.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, because I still have this.
It's still fixed.
It's still fixed. So maybe you should close everything inside.
So if you look at the endoscopic image, then you can see that we are fixed to the wire that you normally can use to take out your stent. And now we are loosened, but you really have to take care that you're not connected to your stent still.
Anymore, huh? Yeah, now I'm released from that, so that's good. So also it's important to bring back the delivery system because you have a little olive there that might, in a very tight stricture, might catch the stent and bring everything out. But I think now we're good here. And you can take all the guide. I have the guide wire, sorry. Okay, so that's about it.
Mariana, Janine, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic procedure. Perfectly.
Time.
Perfectly on time.
Okay.
Thank you very much, really. I appreciate it a lot. So now we can move to the other room to present the next case. Thank you very much again.
Nice, thanks.
The following case is about 50 years old female.
Okay, I like the sphincterotome.
With no remarkable family or past medical history again, that for abdominal pain underwent abdominal ultrasound and body CT scan, which showed partially solid and partially liquid lesion of the pancreatic tail with peripheral enhancement and Wilson interruption with retrodilation. The PET was captating and the blood test showed increased CA99. Today's procedure is US with fine needle aspiration and rapid dose on-site evaluation, and the operators are Dr. Petrone from Milan and Dr. Pietro Fusaroli from Imola.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Hello, Mara. Hello, Pietro. Thank you. You can start the procedure.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everybody. Just to say that 20 years ago, there was the first edition of Aero US here.
Yeah.
And I was a young resident. So for me, it's a big honor to be here again after 20 years in this wonderful live demo. I'm here with Pietro, Antonio, our nurse and anesthesiologist. I'm using a standard linear US scope from Fuji, 580. Attached to Arietta System 850. So you have heard the history of the patient. The scope now is in the stomach, just past the cardia in the fundus. You can see the left liver lobe. I follow the portal vein here until the confluence. And what we can see is the body of the pancreas with the pancreatic duct here. And this lesion that is very dishomogeneous.
So Mara, you have shown another beautiful way to easily find the pancreas, which is seeing the liver first,
yes,
and then tracing the portal vein quite easily up to the splenic vein, and this brings you to the body of pancreas.
Right.
So we have two ways, either follow the aorta or start from the liver and reach the splenic vein.
Exactly. So we have the splenic vein here. This is the splenic artery. The probe is on the left now. And we can see also that just at beam mode, we can see some central dishomogeneous, more hyperechoic component here, like necrosis. And the peripheral part seems to be more hypoechoic and solid lesion. And what we can see also is the pancreatic duct that is a little bit dilated with some branch duct that are also visible here. Now I try to follow the PD towards the spleen.
So to follow the PD, Mara is rotating the scope clockwise and keeping up a little bit, trying always to suck out all the air and lipids from the stomach. Suctioning is very important throughout the whole procedure. We don't want any air or lipids interfering with the EOS view.
And until the spleen. So now we are sure to have seen all the tail of the pancreas. So we rotate anti-clockwise now. We have the left kidney below, the PD dilated.
And this is quite a large mass.
Yes.
Would you mind if I took a
Please,
diameter
Pietro,
for you?
Thank you.
And also Kurt from Fuji is here to help us with this beautiful Arietta, which is compatible with all three lines of echo endoscopes. So it looks like greater than 335 by 33 millimeter mass.
Okay, so it's 3 centimeters with an involvement of the splenic vein that is
right here.
Yes, and also the splenic artery.
Which
Just
is
have a check
exactly
from the
tumor.
celiac trunk, just to be sure in which part the splenic artery is involved. So we have here the celiac trunk. Okay, thank you, Pietro. And right now.
So it's also very important to demonstrate infiltration of the celiac trunk or bifurcation.
Yeah.
Because this would lead the staging up to T4, which is completely unresectable disease. And I think we're almost there, Mara.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think.
Yes, because
this is the bifurcation.
Yeah, it's quite long, the celiac trunk, because this is...
Yes, it's long.
Here.
So splenic artery going up?
I would say just after the trifurcation.
Yes. Very difficult to tell. Maybe by the help of contrast, we can get some more information.
Okay, just... So the contrast is ready, yeah? So we can check the lesion with the contrast medium.
So Kurt, please, would you mind setting on the contrast for us? Contrast harmonic imaging?
Yes, thank you. I prefer a little bit larger.
What mechanical index would you recommend, Kurt, for 0.16 is adequate for this echo endoscope, which has quite a large transducer? Okay.
Do you mind if I put a little bit? Okay. So we are ready. We can inject Sonoview.
So nurse has just injected the Sonoview.
Yeah.
Can you start the counter?
We can. The counter started.
Splenic artery immediately enhanced, Mark.
Yes. You can see here. You can see completely dark at the middle of the lesion,
which corresponds to the necrosis you were guessing from the B mode.
Yeah, and you can see here in this part of the lesion.
Yeah, which shows some enhancement.
Yes.
This is interesting. So just in case we don't want to perform FMB or FNA, just in this portion, maybe it's safe not to do so, but maybe we can aim for this part here.
Okay, so now we are in the venous phase, 50 seconds, as you can see, but I think that the lesion also here, there's some.
This is interesting, Mara, because this is the celiac artery.
Yeah.
We were guessing about infiltration of the trunk.
Yeah, just go back towards the trunk because I'm curious to check from here.
As you can see, this contrast harmonic imaging, you can see this beautiful view of the bifurcation.
Very nice.
Of course, this is some aspect of contrast imaging that I think we should still learn a lot of. Nothing has been established in this respect, but for sure we can tell the tumor at least is encircling the bifurcation.
Yeah, I agree.
It's growing around.
Around, yes. Okay.
So Kurt,
thank you. That's the.
Let's go back to B mode.
If we have 1 minute more, just have a look at the head and the neck of the pancreas.
This is a very efficient EUS. Not a single second is wasted. So Mara has now introduced the scope in the second portion of the duodenum.
And what we are looking for the mesenteric vessel. That is the landmark that we usually search for the pancreatic head.
So she's doing a clockwise rotation, and there we are.
Okay. So as you can see, the head of the pancreas is quite hyperechoic. And you can see below the mesenteric vein and then artery. Okay, and now I just pull back very gently the scope. I start to turn anti-clockwise. We have the pancreatic duct, of course. Hopla.
The scope is
almost. This is the PD again, the ventral part of the head.
So Mara is now gently maneuvering the scope back. She's able to trace
again
the PD beautifully. PD. This is all normal pancreas here, below the lesion. No sign again of chronic pancreatitis.
Okay, and here we can see very well the lesion is coming just close to the splenic portal confluence. Okay, I think we can biopsy the lesion.
Mara, Pietro, you show a very nice picture of the contrast. Can you show us also how the DFI is targeting this lesion, if it's able to? Is it possible?
It's not possible in this case because I'm using a standard Fuji scope. While Julio in the previous procedure used the other one with the laser channel, working channel. So it's not possible in this case. But I think that the contrast was amazing almost.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead with the biopsy. You have 2 more minutes.
Yes, okay.
I'm using a standard hook needle, 25 gauge.
So and the history of FNA is still present of FNA.
Absolutely. It's still present.
The beautiful EcoTip 25 Ultra. It's a needle that changed the story of tissue acquisition with the US.
Okay, now what we try to do is to catch some material from the peripheral part of the lesion, since we have seen that the central is almost necrosis. Just have a check.
So Mara, while you're beautifully demonstrating the puncture, maybe you can tell us why you are using a 25 gauge and not a 22 or a 19. Is this because you aim for better cytology?
Yeah, Pietro, as you know, we are very lucky because we have the availability of rows. So I prefer always the 25 needle. And in this case, we have some solid portion of the lesion. So I think for this patient, it's perfect, the 25 gauge.
Great. And also you can appreciate how Mara is staying away from the necrotic part we saw before with contrast, and she is aiming for the more vascular part we saw before.
Grazie. Okay.
So this technique works well with top-notch cytopathology on site, as you have here in San Raffaele.
Mara, Pietro?
Yes?
Fantastic procedure. I think that you need to take another biopsy for the Vivascope and for the end of this session. But now we move to the next room to perform the next case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next case is a 55-year-old female with gastric adenocarcinoma in the family history and in the past medical history, cholecystectomy in the last May. On the 1st of February, for severe acute pancreatitis with biliary etiology and admission in an intensive care unit for respiratory failure in another center, and then she was discharged. But the last week, for epigastric pain, vomiting, and fever, she performed a body CT scan in which a 10-centimeter pancreatic pseudocyst with compression of the superior mesenteric vein, portal vein, and also the vena cava. The vision is not visible at the head and the body, but is regular at the tail of the pancreas. At the body blood exams, CRP is elevated with regularly white blood cells, normal transaminase, and direct bilirubin levels, but the cholesterol is elevated. Today's procedures is EOS-guided pancreatic pseudocyst drainage. Operators are Dr. Lorino Noia and Professor Di Matteo.
Jose?
Okay, hello.
Can you hear me? Hello, yes. Welcome.
Of course, welcome, good morning. And first of all, I would like to thank the organization for inviting me for participating in this live. And I would like also to thank all the people who are working here in this room, not also the medical team, but also the anesthesiologists and the nurses that are working so hard, and also Livia, that is with a lot of work today. And of course, my colleague, Francesco Di Matteo, that is going to perform the procedure with me. That is a big honor to be with him. So now going to the point, we are dealing with a patient with a huge wall of necrosis. This is a wall of necrosis because we are coming from an acute necrotizing pancreatitis, and 1 month ago. So this is a wall of necrosis. It's a huge wall of necrosis that when we are dealing with a patient of this characteristic, we have to address several important points. First of all, is the indication for doing something or not? In this case, it's very clear because we have the suspicion of an infected necrosis. This is the main indication for doing a drainage. You can see here in the picture the huge collection, and we are in the distal part of the stomach. We are not in the proximal part. We are not in the distal part of the stomach with a lot of abutment into the gastric wall. The second point that we should address is the route in which we are going to drain this. And I'm talking about, of course, that we are going to perform an endoscopic transmural drainage. This is very clear. That's the reason we are here. And the next point, the third point, is which kind of stent we are going to use. We can discuss a lot about this, if plastics or lumina-posing metal stents. And I have to say that I'm completely a supporter of the lumina-posing metal stents. I'm a fan of that kind of stents. But I have to recognize that according to the evidence, to the real evidence, both plastic stents and lamps are equally effective for doing this kind of drainage. But if we use the common sense, and I believe that in my experience and in the majority of the centers, for doing a drainage of a wall of necrosis, which is picture of infected necrosis, it's easy to do it with a lamps more than a plastic stent, because we take not more than 5 minutes, as you're going to see in the next, and it's possible to do a necrosectomy through the stent without removing the stents. And so it seems if we don't take into account the price, that is completely more expensive, that the lamps are, in my opinion, superior to plastic stent. But we can discuss a lot about that. So finally, the 4th point would be the size of the stent. And first of all, I would like to see all the collection that, as you have seen in the CT scan, is an extended collection from the antrum to the proximal part of the stomach. And you can see here some part of the pancreatic body with the PD. We have normal pancreatic body tail with a normal PD in these portions of the body tail of the pancreas. But if we torque a little bit to try to see the neck, we have some problems to follow the PD, and we can see this huge collection. This, with the presence of ascites and in the setting of an acute necrotizing pancreatitis, raises the suspicion of having a ductal disruption. And if it's a ductal disruption, we have to do a lot of therapeutic maneuvers in this patient, not now, but in the future. Okay, so I believe that we are going to go straight to the drainage, and perhaps we are going to choose this position.
Jose,
yes, please tell me.
I would love to start the discussion now, because I think that we have a patient with a rapid onset of fluid collection, and as you told us, and I think that it is also visible, there is an interruption of the PD. So your feeling is that in this patient where you probably should leave something permanently to create a permanent fistula of the pancreatic duct on the stomach, do you think that the lamps are still the best solution, or in this case, as suggested by Jacques Deviere in a very old paper, it would be better to put 2 double pigtails silicone stents?
It's a very good observation, because if this is finally a DDPS, a ductal disruption, a complete ductal disruption, the in-wheelie plastic stents would be the best option. But first of all, I prefer to go step by step in the management of this kind of patient. We are not sure that this is a DDPS. We have the suspicion. So first of all, with these huge collections, my opinion, in my experience, is do the transmural drainage. After that, try to address which is the status of the main pancreatic duct, and then try to do more options or more therapeutic interventional measures if the patient is not doing well. It means try to perform an ERCP, try to put a plastic stent, a transpapillary plastic stent, and if does not works, then you can exchange for a in-wheeling plastic stents, or even go into a surgical treatment that is the final therapeutic measures. But that's the reason why I prefer to start with endoscopic transmural drainage and then try to address the rest of the problems of the patient, considering that perhaps it's a DDPS.
I totally agree with Jose, because the patient has fever. That's why probably the first step is to guarantee a big site of drainage, and then to resolve the collection with other options. But the first step, I totally agree, is to put the lamps.
Anybody in the audience has a different opinion and wants to remark something? Don't be shy, just... So...
Another important thing I haven't said is that we are using, of course, a therapeutic echondoscope of Pentax company with an US of Arieta 850. Of course, it's mandatory to perform a therapeutic echondoscope when you are doing this kind of procedures. And finally, sorry. Okay. So finally, the idea is to do endoscopic transmural drainage with the lamps, with metal stents, and we have 2 different systems in the market that have released to companies that use electrocautery enhancement for doing this. The electrocautery enhancement makes that this procedure is very easy, or is possible to do it in a very easy manner and taking not more than 3 to 5 minutes. We have two different companies. We have Taiwan with the hottest Paxus, and we have Boston Scientific with the Axios stent. In this case, we are going to use the Axios stent. And as I told you before, we are going to use a 20 millimeters Axios stent. The reason for doing a 20 millimeters, in a wall of necrosis, it has no sense to use less than a 15 millimeters of diameter stent. Why? Because we have content inside the cavity, we have necrosis, we have debris that are going to be drained better with a longer diameter, with a larger diameter. So it means that 15 millimeters or 20 millimeters when you are dealing with a wall of necrosis, no 10 millimeters. Why to use at 20 millimeters instead of 15 millimeters? Because we have more diameter, and if we want to perform a necrosectomy, it's easier to go with the gastroscope inside the necrotic collection. So that's the reason for doing the drainage with a 20 millimeter.
Jose,
yes.
Can you predict on the basis of what you are looking by US if you are going to perform, if you are needing a necrosectomy in this patient, or as you told before, doing this step by step, it would be also a good option to put a 15 millimeters and wait and look for the spontaneous resolution of this collection. What's your
this is my personal opinion, because these are no scientific evidence, but I believe that if you can see endosonographically a lot of content inside, a lot of solid debris, as is the case, in these cases, perhaps with a suspicion of a DDPS, of a ductal disruption, perhaps we are going to need a necrosectomy after this. Not at the same session, but perhaps 5 or 7 days before, after the endoscopic transmural drainage, perhaps we will need to perform a necrosectomy according to this characteristic. This is not a liquid collection. This is not a pseudocyst. This is not a post-surgical collection, or in fact, this is an infected wall of necrosis. So we are going to have problems to manage this. This deserves a more aggressive approach. So it would be better to have a 20 millimeter inside than a 15 millimeter.
So there was a question in the room. Can you approach microphone, please?
Yes.
They're asking from the room if, do you think multi-gate access would be appropriate in this case?
Yes, I don't trust a lot in the multiple access, but it's an option in order to gain more access to the cavity. And I don't usually perform the multiple access to the lesion, but of course it's an option. Okay, if you have any kind of questions, I'm going to explain you briefly. I don't know if we have 5 minutes or not. If we have, I'm going to explain you shortly the mechanism of this device. We have 4 steps. The first step is the introduction of the catheter inside the collection. And for this, we are going to use electrocautery enhancement. So we have the first step, that is a handle that we have here. And so we have to use electrocautery enhancement. So we have connected to the current. So now we are going to introduce a little bit the introductor of the Axios. So you are going to see a hyperechogenic tip of the Axios stent in a minute. Okay, so you can see here in the screen, in this part from here in the screen, you can see how the hyperechogenic tip of the Axios stent is just close to the wall of the collection. So from here, in this position from here, we have to push the pedal in order to make the perforation. Just a minute. In order to make the perforation inside the collection. Okay, so this is the first step. And so we have to go deep inside the collection as much as possible in order to deploy the distal part of the stent. So first, after doing this, we are going to close the first step, and then we are going to deploy the distal part of the stent. For this, we have a yellow label that we have in the step number 2 that I have released. And now we have to withdraw the handle. I'm withdrawing the handle, and now you can see endosonographically how it's going to be deployed the distal part of the stent. That is the part of the stent that is going to be inside the collection. So we have to remove carefully remove, until we can see, we can hear a click. Okay, so this is the click, this is the final of the second step. So now we are going to do the apposition. We have to remove a little bit the catheter, go to the step number 1 again. We remove a little bit the catheter, then you can see how the shape of the axios is changing. So finally, perhaps this is a position to make the final deliver of the proximal part of the stent. So now we have to close again the first step, and we are going to deploy intra-channel the proximal part of the stent. So now I'm going to the final step, that is the deployment of the proximal part of the stent, and now is completely deployed. Okay, so now the stent is deployed inside the working channel of the condoscope. So I have to release, I have to move it. And this is not so easy when we are using a 20 millimeters stent. And for this, I have to go to the first stem and I have to make some kind of movements. And now you can see the endoscopic picture, please. You can see the endoscopic pictures. I have to make some movements, trying to deliver and trying to see. This is something that is not always so easy, as you can see here. I have to remove, we have to take care, be careful. And now, okay, what is, cannot see it, so. Okay, I have to, okay, so now I'm deploying, so it's a moment, it's a moment, okay. Okay, so now you can see how the purulent material is flowing. That's the reason why this kind of procedure should be always performed by orotracheal intubation, because the risk of aspiration, I'm talking to the anesthesiologist, is, as they know, of course, is so high. Okay, so now, as you can see, wait, so 1 minute with the mask, I have some problem with the mask, okay. So now, we are going to do another additional step. We can discuss about this. What to do now? We should place a plastic stent inside, a double pigtail stent, or as we are doing in our, as we are doing in our center in Santiago, we are normally introducing, in these kind of cases, a nasocystic catheter. And the reason for introducing a nasocystic catheter is for doing irrigation of the collection and also the possibility of doing local instillation of antibiotics. This is something that we are performing always in this kind of patient in Santiago de Compostela. Yes,
Jose,
please tell me.
Just for 1 minute, may we perform a survey in the auditorium? How many would put the nasocystic, and how many would put double pigtail stent in this stent?
So first of all, how many would put a double pigtail just to fix the stent? So I see quite a minority. What about the nasocystic drainage? People, don't be shy.
Okay, it depends on the local policy of the centers.
And how many would not perform put anything in the stand?
So also a few people.
Also a few people. So I agree that is only something that depending on the
local experience. The reason why we are not placing in Santiago, we are not placing plastic stents is because we are using an nasocystic catheter of 10 French that are playing the role, exactly the same role as the plastic stent. But in this case, first of all, we are going to, if you want, we are going to do a culture of this inside the collection, and then to put a plastic stent if you want, or as you decide, off the record or on the record. Or
Jose, I can agree with you. If the collection is infected, then the next step that we will do in our place is inserting a nasocystic irrigation system for a few days.
Yes.
And usually it will be sufficient because the infection will clear. And
okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jose.
Thank you.
Very, very nice procedure and demonstration of the LAMS procedure in drainage. Now we move to the next and last case of this session. So we are going to present the case.
Thank you, Paolo. Thank you.
So next case is about an 84 years old female with an history of appendicectomy and endoscopic resection of a bladder adenocarcinoma 2 years ago. So the patient underwent an abdominal ultrasound for the sudden onset of dyspepsia, and it showed a dilation of the main pancreatic duct.
Okay.
Later, the patient underwent an abdominal MRI, which showed the known dilation of the main pancreatic duct and a cystic lesion in the body. Then an EUS with FNA in another hospital was performed, and it confirmed the 3 centimeter cystic lesion of the pancreatic tail with a solid mural nodule of 20 millimeters and no significant peripancreatic lymphadenopathies. But the cytological examination was negative for dysplasia. So today's procedure is FNA, US with FNA, and the operators are Dr. Sowaid from USA and Dr. Iglesias Garcia from Spain.
Dad?
Yes. Hey.
Hi.
Hi, Paolo.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Since 2003.
Yes. It's this is our 20th anniversary, and it's great to see all these familiar faces. Time flies. We're now 20 years older, 20 years wiser, and 20 years more advanced. So it's great to see all the familiar faces and to get to know new colleagues. But to be in the same place after 20 years is quite something. So it's amazing, Paolo. So again, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, so again, they introduced to you, there was the presentation of this gentleman, of this lady, who had this cystic lesion in the tail of the pancreas. And apparently this was discovered. And they did a CT scan that showed that it's about 3 centimeters, and there was a 10 millimeter nodule. That was followed by an EUS that was done outside that showed, with aspiration, that showed that the nodule is a little bit bigger. It's about 20 millimeters. And there was an aspirate that showed, like, from what I understand, not conclusive. So basically, that takes us back to the evaluation of cystic lesions of the pancreas. And in this case, we have to check the size of the lesion. We have to check the pancreatic duct. We have to see if there are any of the worrisome features, because if there are worrisome features, Julio, basically that would be an indication for surgery. And
Yes.
if we go with the worrisome features, there are basically having an enhancing large nodule. It would be having jaundice.
Yes.
It would be basically having a massively dilated main pancreatic duct. And we're going to see in this case if this meets any of these criteria. Okay?
Yeah.
The other ones for the when an EUS is indicated, it would be when you have the suspicious lesions, like a dilated but not above 10 millimeters of the main pancreatic duct, a non-enhancing nodule or hyper-enhancing wall, or size more than 3 centimeters. Do you agree with that?
Yes, my issue is that at least in Santiago, and I think AUS provides so much information that I think at the end is complementary to MRI. And I think what we're doing in Santiago is in every single case in the very beginning, we always do both AUS and MRI and MRCP, because I think it's complementary to the information. And then depending on what is going to be the process of the patient, either it's going to be under follow-up or whatever. For the follow-up, we always discuss with the patient whether she prefer MRI or AUS. But I think for the worrisome features, and we also have here Christoph with a lot of experience because of advanced imaging, has provided a lot of information. And I think AUS is the key technique for the evaluation of the worrisome high-risk stigmata in all cystic pancreatic tumors.
Right. So when you take a look, and I think the audience has a good view of this,
you can see that there is this anechoic lesion, cystic lesion measuring. I mean, you can measure it if you want, Julio. It's about 3.5 centimeters by.
We are reaching the size of wrist, which is over between
which is
3-4 centimeters. It's not clear.
Right.
It depends on the guidelines. Some states in 3, some others in 4, but this is in the middle.
So it's basically suspicious from this standpoint. And you can see definitely more than one nodule. There's one on the right side, but the larger one is on the left side. And let's kind of like fix and measure this. It looks to me like it's close to 2 centimeters, right?
Yeah, the point is, what do we have as a, well, it's around 1.8?
1.8, 1.9 centimeters. So that's large. I mean, and it looks basically irregular. It looks with mixed echogenicity. So bottom line is, this is very suspicious. So the question is, if we do find this nodule, and we have a nodule in the cystic lesion, and we do get contrast enhancement, and it takes the contrast, and it is hyper enhancing. A lot of people believe, and I'm one of them, that this patient has to go for surgery. Do you agree? Do that? No doubt about it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start with doing a contrast enhancement.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees with that. So, okay, let's go to the mode, please.
So we can put the sonoview?
You have sonoview, please.
So we're going to switch for the sonoview.
Let me just focus on it first, keep it in view. This is...
So I think one of the biggest advantages for me in the evaluation of worsen features in cystic pancreatic lesions is sonoview. Is really make a change, because there's always a doubt whether this can be a mucin plaque, this is real nodule, real tissue. And I think contrast enhancements make a big difference.
Did you give
because
it?
we can very nicely differentiate between tissue.
Okay, so can we start the counter when she gives it, please?
Ready? Okay, we go. So now we need to focus on these parts of the screen. So we need to see if this is really uptaking or not, to be really sure that that's a nodule or not. Okay, and I think this is a fantastic image.
Yep. So this is definitely positive. We are exactly at the 30-second, and this is...
So the point is that when these structures is uptaking contrast, is because it's tissue.
Right.
If it would be just smoothing, it
will be non-enhancing. So this is, I think the audience would agree that this is enhancing.
Absolutely.
So this is an enhancing lesion. Any questions?
Any questions?
So now what we can show, while the people has any question, is the new techniques that we have available in the system.
Which is the DFI.
So now we have DFI that we've already saw in the case that we did together. So let's see if with DFI, we can really have some kind of uptake supporting what we found what we can see here as exactly the same as we get with. And we can go scrolling a little bit because this is very important. And we can see that all of the time we have signals in this area. Yep. Let's go to the video again. So we have signals all the time.
Yep.
So DFI is also showing a very similar image as compared to contrast enhancement, just bringing similar information saying, okay, this is microvascularization, that is tissue.
So from somebody like Christoph, who is the expert on basic contrast enhancement, do you think that DFI might be the virtual form of the contrast enhancement?
We have always to think about that we need an enhancement and wash out.
Right.
So if we have, we have to differentiate if you use color Doppler, power Doppler, or whatever Doppler, that it is vascularized or not. And during the contrast enhancement, we have the time enhancement, arterial phase, and later the washout, which is important for those structures who have a dual blood supply. So we love science, flow structures, and Doppler sensitivity, but we have always to think about the arterial phase enhancement and the washout over time, which will be the future. Dynamic contrast enhanced ultrasound to evaluate a strict intravascular agent, the treatment of pancreatic cancer and other cancers, and show the loss of vascularity over time. So that time dependency is so important.
Is all important. But it does give us a very good idea about the vascularization. It's a beautiful, and quite honestly, this is the first time I see it. I'm very eager, very thrilled to start using this. And again, you can see it very nicely here. Oh yeah, it's very obvious. You can see that. So the next question that somebody should ask is, we now have a large cystic lesion with a suspicious 2-centimeter nodule that is hyper-enhancing, and we have a positive DFI test. The question is, should we do an FMB or no? Any test can have two results. If it is positive, then is it going to change our management? If it's negative, it's going to change our management. So if it's positive, then we're going to recommend that this patient goes for surgery, correct?
Yeah.
If it's negative, would you still feel comfortable? It could be a false negative. I mean, we do have a very good yield, and it should be positive if it is really a malignant nodule. But who would elect, like, I know that my surgeons, where I work now in the US, would say, this is enough, send the patient off for surgery. She is in her 80s, but she is, from what I heard, fairly healthy. She doesn't have cardiovascular problems. She has just minor problems, depression, small renal or a bladder CA, and minor things. So what's your opinion on that before we embark on the biopsy?
So how many in the audience would go for a biopsy or just straight to surgery? As for biopsy, please raise your hands. Anybody for biopsy? Just a few people, and straight to surgery. So it seems that there is quite a majority for straight to surgery.
Do you agree, Julio?
I think there is one very important point is go to each specific center because there might be different protocols. In my unit, many times we stop, we will discuss the case with the surgeons, and depending on the discussion of the surgeons, probably we will decide to come back or not to do the FNA or FMB.
Right.
But I think we need to discuss with the team here in San Rafael, because there in some centers they still want to have the confirmation of high-grade dysplasia or malignancy in order to go for any kind of a specific protocol that might be present in the unit.
But with the cyst that large, confined to the tail of the pancreas, and we do have this large nodule, highly suspicious, a lot of people will say, I mean, we will go with the protocol. If Paulo is hearing us, if the protocol here would mandate doing a biopsy, we'll go ahead and do that. If not, we will settle with the findings. So Paulo.
Assad, Julio, I definitely agree with you on the fact that this patient has an high-risk stigmata and could go directly to surgery. But actually, we have an ongoing trial on this kind of patients, and we request to perform an FNA biopsy of this. So please go ahead and do
so Assad, this is very important, Paulo, the message. That
absolutely, absolutely.
Part of a research protocol.
This
so
is
we'll go ahead and do
protocol, and but in all other cases, I definitely agree with you. This is a surgical candidate, and so the lady could go directly to surgery.
Assad,
fantastic demonstration.
Assad, which kind of accessory would you use if you go for biopsy? Would you use a regular FNA needle, or would
no? I'm going to go with the FMB needle. FMB needle. I'm going to go with the Acquire 22.
Or would you go for the Morey forceps? I'm asking.
Well, I checked. The first thing I checked, I like the Morey forceps. Not a whole lot of people like it, but apparently it's not available, so we cannot use it here. I checked before we started here.
And secondly, there is a recent publication also from Italy that Morey forceps in these instances of IPMN lesions carries the highest adverse reaction rate. So this also should be.
If we were in Japan, and I hope we have some Japanese colleagues, there is resistance regarding performing an FNA or FMB on cystic lesions in the tail or body, especially if the patient is going to go for surgery for the fear of seeding, and there have been case reports of seeding. So since this is not the issue here, it's a part of protocol, we're going to go ahead and do that, but it's in Japan, it probably would be a no-no. So
my only concern with the Morey, that we use it in Santiago from time to time, is that once you make the sample, it's quite complex to see the sample once you take it out. And then you need to convince the pathologist that there is a sample in the tube of formalin.
Yeah.
Do you want me to hold
Yes, I
Yeah,
will.
sorry to hurry you up, but we need the biopsy.
It's very
Thank you.
unstable. Can we hold it for me here? Okay.
for you?
Yeah. Let me just see where the needle is coming. Okay, that looks like a good spot. Okay, this is it here.
Okay. very
Okay,
good.
that looks good.
Okay.
Let's just.
So now you always target the nodule, of course.
Yes, of course. Yeah, this is it here. And somebody will have to do it from here, the slow pull inside the nodule. So let's start with a small pull.
So in these cases of the nodule, it's very important to always target the nodule and try to focus in the nodule while you're doing the to and fro movements, because the aim really is to know if that nodule is really
I feel
the
some
risk of malignancy.
resistance here, which means this is tissue. It's not kind of like going in and out. So I'm just trying to move in. You're doing the slow pull, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to do as much fanning as I can. This is here. And again, this is slow. Tell me when it's finished. Finished?
Yeah.
It's out, okay. Let's see what we have. It's kind of soft. I tend to use with these some suction. Do you agree with that?
I am very dynamic. I need to tell you that in the first pass, I usually go for a slow pull, and sometimes I use the syringe.
Yeah,
and I just the most, the
Let's
macrovisual
take it out.
inspection,
Yeah.
and then depending on what I obtain,
Okay.
I decided to go again.
Cut it out.
A scan sample, I always do suction. Too much blood, I skip suction. So at the end, I do like some kind of dynamic. I'm going changing my technique according to the quality of the content or the material that I obtain after each pass.
Yeah.
And I think this is a very important message. Don't just rely on no suction, slow pull. At the end, you have different
I agree.
techniques.
I agree completely with
ball.
that. I agree because there is no strong evidence for anything. So since you are doing few passes, maximize it. Do one with slow pull. Do something with suction. I mean, I think this is the best way.
Yes, and I know Anand is over here, so Anand will say there is no suction, no stylet, no nothing.
Yeah.
And he's true. It's true, but it's also true that if you do not get enough sample in the first technique, probably it's a scanned material in the tumor. So don't be afraid. Just use the suction and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. This is here and the right. Yeah. That's exactly right. 19 millimeters.
Yes, but I think the important message in this case is what I mean. If you're in the protocol, go.
Julio, Assad.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the
fantastic
demonstration. We are now dealing with your specimen, so stay for a while.
We'll stay and see if we need to take another pass.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then we can move to the Vivascope room to show how we can deal and how we can manage the specimens in 2023. This is something very new, and I hope that everybody in the room could enjoy, because this is a new laser microscope that can help us to perform the rows in real life. So please, you are online, Dr. Banki, so you can discuss about the Vivascope and the preparation.
Okay,
Thank you.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are directly here at the Vivascope. So as you see, this is a, if you could zoom a little bit more in and see. So we are putting directly from the needle, putting directly of this special matrix. So it's now zooming in, you will see this special matrix called the cytomatrix. So the content of the needle, you can use FNB or FNA, doesn't matter, is absorbed by this special matrix because it's positively charged. And now we do the processing directly on this matrix. So the processing staining procedure takes about 1 minute. So important thing here to see is that we don't touch that very, very precious sample anymore. So, and we don't perform a smear. So if you have small tissue fragments, or as I say, even if you use an FNB, so you have a coherent piece of tissues, then you will be then see them at the Vivascope because the tissue is not smeared. So a couple of passages, we use a little bit of ethanol. Then the crucial stain here is the acrine orange. As you could see here, the acrine orange is a very small molecules, diffuses through also intact membranes, and it goes to it binds to the DNA. So that's why we will see in a couple of, in less than half a minute, you will see nuclear details. And then the last step is we wash with saline solution to remove the excess of the dye. So it's important to mention that this dye, the acrine orange, doesn't affect what you're doing afterwards. So it doesn't affect the standard hematoxylin eosine, also immunostainings, and also even more complex molecular analysis, as for example, mutation analysis. So then the cytomatrix or the special matrix with the intact needle content is put on this special glass that we have, and it's called, we say it's like mount as a sandwich, so a sandwich preparation. And then we are ready to put this preparation, so the slide, into the Vivascope, which is a confocal microscope. So at the end, you will see nice nuclear details without the need of physically cut that tissue, because a confocal microscope detects the light that comes from optical volumes. In this case, you will see that a signal that is coming for 4 micrometers. So we can focus, so go down on different planes, but we will acquire a mosaic of that specimen that will have an XY dimension, and the thickness will be 4 micrometers, so comparable to what is done then when you do the final histopathological assessment. So now, as you see also, now you see the monitor of the Vivascope, you see a part of, or the sample is selected, and now the acquisition starts. So hundreds of field of views are put together automatically by the stitching algorithm of the software. And as you can see, this is already, it's a digitalization. That's why we say instant digital pathology is immediately digitalized without the need of preparation of a glass slide. And at the end, when the acquisition is done, so it will take approximately 30 seconds, then the pathologists can zoom in, or cytopathologists can zoom in these images. It can also be done in a remote way. We also have pathologists now connected in Rome, and then they can evaluate the specimen. So as you can see, it's on the right side, you see the macroscopic view of the cytomatrix with the specimen. And on the left side, you see the confocal images, which is forming. A very also important advantage of this technique is that if you will not see blood on the confocal image, because we don't get the signal from the blood. So this is also a big advantage. So when it's done, then I will then give the microphone to Professor Doglioni, which is here next to me, and he will comment the images. So also important is that when the processing is, so after the evaluation, the cytomatrix with the specimen is removed from the Vivascope, and it can be then formalin fixed and then paraffin embedded and standardly processed without losing tissue. Okay, so it's almost done now. And then we will comment there. So now you see it's finishing up, so restitching everything in a more precisely way. And on the left side, now you see that, so Nina, if you could double click. So and then I leave the microphone to Professor.
Oh, well, we can see now the material, and then we have to zoom. We can zoom and looking for the. Okay. Yes. Yeah. And the other side. Yeah. And we can see mainly nuclei with now we don't, sorry, we don't see structure, a well-formed structure. We could expect some papillary structure in a lesion like this, but the, sorry, this is, the nuclei here are almost regular with very small nuclear variation. Mainly is composed probably of inflammatory cells, macrophages, and we see very few epithelial cells, probably here, one with some nuclear alteration. In this case, I don't see diagnostic material yet till now with some nuclear variation, but still probably related to macrophages. Here we see other cells, but still mainly related to or benign cells, not malignant ones. So
Claudio,
yes,
in this case, you suggest to perform another
yes,
pass.
Yes.
So while the guys are working for you, performing another pass, could you be able to comment the previous biopsies together with Professor Esther Crescenzi, who is connected in Rome?
Yes.
Are you ready to comment the other biopsies that we have performed during the session?
Yes, we all the three previous procedures that the first one was performed by Professor Fusaroli, was a man aged 73. This is with there was in this case there was a lot of blood, but still some material that was sorry, it's not okay.
So
yes, now you can see the some cellular component here with loss of polarity, with hyperchromasia. So in these cases, this is an adequate material for a diagnosis of well-differentiated adenocarcinoma.
Claudio, sorry to interrupt, because
Yeah.
I see Professor Esther Crescenzi, who is connected from Rome. Welcome and to Euro-US. Can you hear me? Yes, I think so. Can you comment on the specimen? And I just want to let the people in the auditorium see how you can manage the specimen directly from Rome on the machine that we have here in San Raffaele.
Yes, good morning to people. I am looking at the specimens, and I can move from my station the specimen, the image of the specimen on the Viva scope in Milan. I agree this is a very poor specimen with few cells, some group with glandular architecture, but very, very few contents inside. So it is quite inadequate. I am unable to zoom, so I asked to Roberto Banchi to give to a small, okay, thank you. Yeah. May you zoom here? Thank you.
Yeah.
There are some group with non-explosiveness, but nuclear alteration. So it may be an suspicious for an adenocarcinoma, but is very, very poor for final diagnosis.
Yes, I also can add that the first pass on the rose was also very poorly cellular, and the third evaluation was more rich, and the final diagnosis was adenocarcinoma. Yes, and we can move to the second one. It is a man aged 59. The procedure was performed by Professor Iglesias, and I zoom for Professor Crescenzi. Then she can move. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, this is a cellular sample. The population is neoplastic epithelial with a monomorphic feature. It may be can you please, Roberto, zoom on the cellular population here? Okay. The morphology, the sparse cell may suggest neuroendocrine neoplasms.
Yes, we agree that is the diagnosis is a neuroendocrine neoplasm. Also on this material, also a more precise characterization of this neuroendocrine neoplasm could be performed because the material can be fixed in is fixed in formalin, and then Ki67 and other markers can be performed on this material. Yeah.
Of course, this material is adequate for the paraffin inclusion and the serial sectioning for neuroendocrine markers, and also the proliferation index.
Okay. Then we can move to the third one. Case is a woman aged 53.
अभी थोड़ा workshop चल रहा है, आ रहा हूँ 15 मिनट.
And the procedure was performed by Dr. Petrone. Here we have the samples. There was a lot of necrosis in this sample, but also several necrotic material, abundant necrotic material, but zooming in was possible to identify some neoplastic cells. Anna, do you want to move and to look for some atypical cells? Yeah.
The background of necrotic debris.
Yeah.
And some neoplastic cell in this background. So Can you please zoom out? Okay. No? And zoom in here. This glandular, pseudoglandular organization, it is probably an adenocarcinoma.
Okay, so this is quite atypical cells here, yeah?
Atypical cell, so adenocarcinoma.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. This is a demonstration what the procedure can be that could be permitted by this instrument. So the connection with external sites and discuss the and look and the specimen, also not if you are not present in the operating room. So this is one of the possibility that this instrument could permit.
Professoressa Crescenzi, Professor Doglioni, thank you very much for this kind demonstration of the new possibility that the new machines can give us to perform a high quality robust and immediate processing of the specimen without affecting to the specimen itself. So thank you very much for the demonstration, and we now move to our first connected center. Everybody can see Sandeep Lakhtiar from the Asian Institute of Gastroenterology. Hello, Sandeep. Hello, guys. Hello,
Hi, Paolo.
team.
Hi, Paolo. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly, Sandeep. Thank you very much for joining us. It's long time that we perform these connections. As always, you surprise and excited us with your fantastic cases of your team. So thank you very much for being with us again for this 20th edition. And please go ahead, present your first case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo. And good afternoon, everybody from India. With me are my colleagues, Dr. Mohan Ramchandani, Dr. Jahangir is hiding behind, and Dr. Asif. And we are ably assisted by our anesthetist colleague, Dr. Tejas and Dr. Balram and Dr. Upinder. We also have our expert technicians next to us. On the right of me is Srinivas and Sridhar. So the first case, can you have the slides, please? So this is a 55-year-old lady with obstructive jaundice and weight loss. She also has recurrent vomiting for last 3 weeks. Her evaluation showed bilirubin is 10.6 and raised transaminases and alkaline phosphatase. The CT scan shows a mass in the gallbladder neck, large lymph node mass, including towards the head of the pancreas. It's causing duodenal infiltration. So she has, on the imaging, as you see on MRI, the distended gallbladder, IHBRD, and also narrowing in the upper part of the common bile duct. There are multiple lymph nodes also in this patient. So aim is to do a biliary obstruction drainage by EUS. We can also consider doing gastrojejunostomy or enterostomy if required. Currently, she does not have symptoms for that, but her main symptoms are itching because of obstructive jaundice. To save time, I have passed the Olympus echoendoscope, the linear version, in the stomach. You have the endoscopy view there. And as I pass the pylorus and go into the duodenum first part, you have the image there, Paulo? May I know who's chairing the session there? Anyway, so there's a duodenal infiltration, as you can see on the screen, with some blood oozing.
So we have the endoscopic image.
Okay,
not the EUS.
Yeah. We'll switch to EUS image now.
Yes, now we have it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. May I know whom we are talking to?
Oh, Amy Tyberg, how are you?
Hi, Amy. Thank you very much for chairing this session. And as you can see, the large mass here.
Yes.
And the common bile duct is dilated, and there's narrowing in the mid and upper part of the common bile duct. This is from the duodenum. The lower of the CBD is also having a mass inside it. As I pull back the scope, you see a distended gallbladder with a sludge and a soft tissue mass on the left side.
Yes.
And as I come back in the stomach now, we'll start looking at the liver because that's the area of interest. We'll decompress the stomach because too much of carbon dioxide is there inside. And we see the left lobe of the liver with intrahepatic ducts which are dilated. Amy, can you see that?
Yes, yes. It's beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the right side of the screen is segment 2, the large one, and the left side is segment 3, large ducts over there too. So we'll select out which duct to drain. We'll just magnify a bit. So we're using EUME3 as the processor of the Olympus, a new version of, it's a very user-friendly instrument now. It has several newer features compared to ME2 like elastography, shear wave, quantification, strain ratio, several things can be done. But our aim is now to do intervention, so we'll stick to this, and that part we can be discussed later on. So we're trying to select the duct of entry, the target duct. I think this looks quite big. Little bit of parenchyma is there in between.
So Sandeep, what will you choose? With a bigger duct with less parenchyma or a smaller duct with more intervening parenchyma?
I thought you were on my side. So, okay, I'll use a bigger duct. That makes the job easier, especially in a live transmission. We don't want to fail, but we'll ensure that the stent that we choose should have a good covering so that the leakage of the bile does not happen. So I'm using now an Olympus needle, 19 gauge, Easy Shot 3, and which is loaded with contrast. Let me just get the sheath out. I can feel the sheath and probably will select one of these ducts.
Can I ask a question while you're looking for your
Yes,
best
please.
window here? So is this a patient where conventional ERCP was not feasible, or the decision was to go directly to EUS-guided biliary drainage? Because there is some data that actually going directly to EUS-guided may be beneficial for patients not even trying conventional.
So in our unit, we still do conventional ERCP first if it's possible. But this patient, because of duodenal obstruction from the carcinoma gallbladder infiltrating the duodenum, area is narrow and the duodenoscope cannot be negotiated across. So this duct look okay. And we'll just check a Doppler there. Sorry? There's a vessel there, okay. This is the most crucial part, the duct of choice. This also is a big duct. Yeah. You can come through the smaller into the bigger duct and then negotiate up and then come down. That looks nice. So Doppler off, please. Yes. We have the fluoroscopy. Can you have the fluoro image? Yes.
Yeah, we have it now.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
That looks great.
So, should you just inject some contrast? Yes. And aspirate some, yeah, bile is coming. Okay, now inject, please. Yes.
You can see both on EUS and on fluoroscopy there that
Yes,
they're
yeah.
nicely in the duct.
So using an angled wire so that we can negotiate towards the hilum, But sometimes it goes peripherally.
And will you try to get a wire down the extrahepatic biliary tree across?
That's right, that's right. So Srinivas is helping me to pass the wire. Yeah, 1 minute. This duct you have to go up over. Yeah, rotate, karo. Rotate, rotate. Other way around, other way around.
Ulta.
It's going peripherally. We're just trying to negotiate it towards the central side. It's going peripherally.
Maybe we
Other
can
way,
have
other way.
a little
Upar,
bigger
upar.
image of the fluoro. Yeah,
ऊपर
perfect.
जाना उधर 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 central side.
Ulta.
Can you hear me?
Aye.
So I'll just
Sorry,
spend a little time here because that's the most crucial step over here.
Okay, which kind of guide wire are you using?
Moon, you can speak
This
that.
Terimo, this is
This is Jaguar 025 long wire system. We'll make some attempts to go centrally, and I'll pull back a little bit. Yeah,
Yes,
Okay,
perfect.
okay, perfect. Go down, go down.
Beautiful.
So that looks to be the.
I find that
Okay.
sometimes these procedures can be deceiving. The bigger the duct, it can sometimes actually be harder to direct
Yeah,
your wire the right
yeah.
way because there's so much
Yes,
space
yes,
it can loop.
Yes.
So this is what we wanted, and let me see. This is probably in the upper part of the CBD will exchange. I'll keep the guide wire always on my view. As we can see on the screen, Jangir can help me out with the pointing the guide wire. That's the guide wire. And I'll exchange. Although we have not filled too much into the bile duct, that was intentional. So we have an option of filling the bile duct after dilating the path using a cystotome, or we can directly go with a stent as well. So what would you like to see?
We'd like to see whatever you would like to do. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So we are using hot.
So we're using a special type of a stent which has a hot system. It's quite similar to the other cautery enhanced devices. This is called as hot geobore. A direct stent.
So it's a tubular stent that has
It's
cautery.
it's a tubular stent, 10 centimeter long, with the distal 3 centimeter is uncovered, and the proximal 7 centimeters fully covered. This is a standard Geobore 2 stent. Now it has also got a cautery enhancement. If you can show the stent to me, I can just, the cameraman can focus here. Come closer to me. So the tip has a wire which is attached to the cautery. I don't know whether you're able to make it out or not.
Yeah, we can see. So then you can
Okay.
you can basically eliminate the
Yeah,
need
eliminate
for
one
dilation.
step of dilation of the path using the 6 French cystotome, which is a very important device. And this is kind of a combination of two devices together.
These courses always make me jealous of the devices that our other countries have that we don't have in the United
Yeah,
States.
so this is made by Taiwan, just like the Geobore, and they have now added the hot variety in several of their stents, including the Nagi stent, the Spaxis stent, and the same system is now incorporated also in the tubular hepatogastrostomy or the Geobore stent. So
I
I'm
definitely
passing the-
agree with Hami that we are very jealous about your team because you have the expertise and you have always as first the prototypes of new devices to test. So thank you very much for showing that to us.
That's very kind of you. Wire tight, please. Keep the wire tight. but we do not have to lower our guard. I think you have to be careful because each step is very, very crucial. And here comes my stent. As you can check on the fluoroscopy, we'll just burn our way in. Yeah, it's gone in.
Yes.
Wire tight. So that's in the upper part of the common bile duct. We don't have the contrast, but we can understand that that's the anatomy. We'll pull it back because it's too much in. Our aim is to, you can see the two marks, that mark at the tip and the mark which is 3 centimeters from the tip is the uncovered portion. So we can deploy now, slowly. Mind you, we have less parenchyma of the liver, so we'll have to be careful. Deploy. Raju ko dekh raha hu.
Raju. Okay.
Deploy. Yes. Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Of the deployment is very important to be stable in the position to deploy into the liver the uncovered parts.
Deploy, deploy. Go, 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 go. Go, go. Yes. So that's now the tip of the catheter is now at the junction of the uncovered and the covered part. And now we will deploy rest of the stent inside the channel of the scope. Make it bigger, Raju, and bring it up. Upar lana. Can you bring the image up? Kya ho raha hai? You have the fluoro. I'm just getting the fluoro in the center of the screen.
Yep, we have the fluoro and the US.
Deploy.
Now, does this stent foreshorten as it's being deployed? Do you need to put tension on it, or you just have to stay in stable position? Yeah.
Okay, deploy, deploy. Kya ho raha hai? Kar kya raha hai? There's some issue with the fluoro table. I think it's got a little stuck there. Can you shift the patient down a little bit? Up. Other way, up. Mon. Upar ki taraf lana. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Now deploy. Yeah. Deploy, please. We'll deploy the channel of the scope. Yes, that's okay. That's fine. Go ahead. We'll not see the proximal part because I'm. Deployed. So it's deployed in the scope. So we'll now switch to endoscopy view and slowly pull back the scope while pushing out the stent. It may be in the esophagus short length, but we can push it down into the stomach.
How much of the stent do you usually like to leave in?
Yeah,
the
we leave
stomach?
about 4 or 5 centimeters in the stomach because this will shorten a little bit, and that's, I think it's okay. Deploy. Wire withdraw.
Perfect.
Do you usually fix the stent to the gastric wall?
Sorry, Amy. So that's the final position of the stent, and we are about 3 centimeters or so below the G junction. That looks quite fine.
Yeah, it looks great. It's always very satisfying when you see bile
Yes.
flowing out.
Yeah. I think with that,
Sandeep,
finished. Yes, Paolo?
Just a question. Do you usually fix the stent to the gastric wall with some clip or something like that?
That's a great question, Paolo, but we don't clip it. That's why we leave a long length of the stent in the stomach. I'm aware there are some new stents which have come which have anti-migratory fins and mechanisms to prevent internal migration of the stents. I am told even Day1 is likely to come in future with a Spaxus kind of an end at one side of the gastric end and the inner end with tubular stent. So then we'll have a shorter length of the stent outside projecting from the stomach wall.
Yes. Because reintervention is difficult once the stent protrudes out into the stomach.
That's right. But this will shorten with passage of time, as Amy was mentioning, especially the gastric end will shorten. So never leave a very short length if you don't have an anti-migratory mechanism. because there's a likelihood of the stent migrating inside over next 1 to 2 days as the patient breathes, and if vigorous breathing happens, the stent tends to get sucked inside the peritoneum.
And just one last question, Sandeep. You were too quick. We have planned for you 30 minutes, and you have performed the procedure in 17. So you were absolutely great, as always. But one last question. Are you planning to go and have a look of the stent in the next few days, or you can discharge the patient and leave it?
So as a policy, we keep these patients in hospital for next 1 to 2 days. If they have any new symptoms, for example, pain or fever or other things, then we do the imaging followed by further intervention if required. But in most often, we don't do further imaging or endoscopy unless it's really required from the clinical standpoint.
Just one last question from my side, because it's too interesting what you have shown us. This patient has a duodenal occlusion probably, so probably is going to have a gastric outlet obstruction. Are you going to perform the US-guided gastrointestinal stomosis in this patient, or are you going to put a metal stent, a duodenal stent, and, sorry to continue, and in these cases, do you always prefer to perform hepatico-gastro, or eventually, in this case, you have a big dilated gallbladder, you approach the gallbladder? Sorry for so many questions.
So there are two good questions that you have. I'll take the second one first. We have a distended gallbladder, but the tumor is in the neck of the gallbladder. So if we drain the gallbladder, it's only going to drain gallbladder, not the biliary system, which is obstructed. So jaundice may not come down and may cause, we'll probably require one more intervention later on. Second is why hepatogastrostomy and why not colodocoduodenostomy? This patient has a duodenal narrowing, so the ERCP is not possible. Colodocoduodenostomy, if we do, it's technically possible, but again, that will cause more adverse events in times to follow. When the food goes into the duodenum and stays above the obstruction in the duodenum, it can slip into the colodocal duodenal stent and can cause cholangitis, just like defluxing into the duodenum. So we keep the stent as far away from the tumor as possible for a sustained benefit of intra-abdominal or endoscopic biliary drainage. She has some symptoms of gastric outlet obstruction, and she merits a GJ versus an enteral stent. We have discussed with her, and we will plan it sometime as days follow up. We can do simultaneously both the procedures also, but for the next case, we have another case ready for the gastroenterostomy when we get a chance an hour later or so.
Do you think this stent may migrate if you do US-guided GJ and a lot of intervention, so wait for some more time?
I don't think so. We have seen that patients who have both biliary obstruction as well as duodenal outlet obstruction, both stents can be placed at the same session in the same sitting, and one does not interfere with the other. But if we have to do both together in the same session, I would prefer a gastrojejunostomy first and then do a biliary drainage of hepatogastrostomy variety.
That's important.
I have one more question. If this patient was a surgical candidate, let's say, and planned for surgery down the road, would you still place the same stent via hepatocogastro?
A great question, Amy, once again, and it has been shown in some of the previous publications which have done EUS-CDS, that is colodocoduodenostomy in a pancreatic head cancer. Once we bring the bilirubin down, the patient becomes amenable to surgery after the improvement in the liver parameters, then surgery Whipple's can be done. It can also be done after hepatogastrostomy. These stents can be removed intraoperatively, and they're easy to pull it out. They don't get fixed as much, although they are, the internal part is uncovered, but it's easy to pull them out intraoperatively as well.
Thank you very much, Sandeep. Great demonstration. See you in a while. So now we go back to Milan to start the second session, and see you really in a while. Thank you very much again.
The next session is about a 67-year-old male with a pancreatic adenocarcinoma in family history and cholecystectomy in 2009 in the past medical history, and an episode of acute biliary pancreatitis in 2014, for which he underwent ERCP for common bile duct stones clearance. Yesterday, for a new episode of acute pancreatitis, abdominal pain and fever, he accessed to the emergency room where he started the antibiotic therapy, and he underwent laboratory tests which showed an increased levels of white blood cells and cholestasis with bilirubin, and at the abdominal ultrasound, a slight dilation of common bile duct, 8 millimeters, compatible with the previous cholecystectomy. Today's procedures is US with the ERCP. Operators are for US, Professor Sandu with Petrone, and for ERCP, Professor Vanov with Mariani.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, the camera is there. Ah, We're okay, just sorry. Hi. waving to the camera. So I'm together with Mara here, with a very nice team. So we will try to explain a bit. We will try to explain a bit the system that we are working with. So we have a combination of a Pentax, and we are using the therapeutic linear scope. So it's an EG 3830, I think. Yeah. And then as an ultrasound, we have the Arieta 850. So it's a very nice ultrasound system. We already started the examination. Now there are two ways of doing the examination. I usually prefer to go to the second duodenum, and then I withdraw the scope, and I do the examination from the second duodenum. So looking at the pancreatic head, then at the pancreatic body and the tail from the stomach. Mara was telling me that she does the opposite, so she starts from above, I guess from the cardia, from the
Yes.
left liver lobe.
Right. And then follow the CBD from the proximal part, and then in the bulb, finally from the duodenum. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think it's...
I think it's more or less the same examination. The only thing that you should be careful is to follow all the stations and be structured. So in order to have a structured result, you need a structured examination. So you should look at all the landmarks. If you have the video image, you see that we are with the scope in the second part of the duodenum. And we were withdrawing the scope. So the scope now is in a short position. Whenever you go in, the scope will place itself in the long position, and then you have to shorten it. So it's very similar to ERCP. So now we are in a short position, and you already see on screen the aorta. It's very nice because it's pulsating a bit. So then you know where you are. And then you can withdraw a bit the scope. Now you see the caval vein, the inferior caval vein. And it's very nice to have a state-of-the-art ultrasound system, because you can even see, you can appreciate the actually the spontaneous contrast of the blood flow. So you see the blood flow, and here it's a bit more linear. If I twist the scope towards the aorta, then you see that here it's a bit more pulsatile. So of course you can use color Doppler and then pulse Doppler if you have doubts about which structure it is, but that's the aorta and that's the caval vein. And the movements have to be very fine. So you just twist your endoscope. You just torque it actually, not with the right hand, but only with the left hand, and maybe with movements of your own body. So it's easy to do it. And then we will withdraw slowly. So we need to aspirate now, so you can forget about the endoscopic image, and you can focus now only on the ultrasound image. And we shorten a bit more the endoscope. You have to be careful because here it's a bit unstable. So we are using a bit the up wheel just to hook the endoscope. I don't know if you like, are you using the balloon or not?
We usually, yes.
Use the
We
balloon.
use the balloon for
Okay.
each procedure. Yeah.
It depends from place to place. We don't use the balloon from several reasons because the endoscope is a bit more rigid. It's usually stable in the duodenum, but you can use it either way. So now you see that we are already seeing the pancreatic head and the bile duct and the pancreatic duct. So Mara is helping me to show the structure. So the bile duct is always immediately near the transducer. So you can see it now, and we can actually follow the bile. That's a pancreatic duct. Now you see the pancreatic duct, and then we see the bile duct. And you can see that the movements are very small. So you have to make small movements because otherwise you will immediately lose the image. And now since we got the papillary region, you see that the pancreas looks a bit, it's not lobular actually, but there are some hyperechoic foci, some hyperechoic points, and it's a bit inhomogeneous. But we will follow the ducts because the main question here was if the patient has a stone or not. Usually the stones are in the terminal part of the bile duct because of the pressure, but here we don't see. So you can nicely follow the bile duct. So it starts here. Now we are going to follow it and go a bit above. Of course, you can measure it, and it's about
It looks a little bit dilated.
Try to measure it one more time. It's about 6 millimeters here, so in the intrapancreatic portion. And we will try to follow it, but at least for the moment, we don't see any stones. The pancreatic duct is really nice.
Yes, it's very
It's slim. It's probably, I guess it's about.
What about the very distal part of the CBD? Usually put water inside to try to see the very distal portion of the CBD.
There's some water a bit.
Sometimes there are very, very small hyperechoic.
Thank you very much. So it's the usual tap water. So now you see the water coming in the duodenum. You nicely see the folds of the duodenum.
Yes.
So if you look here, you see the duodenal folds, and then we will follow again the bile duct until it ends. So most probably here it's the papillary region, but I don't really see anything. So it's slightly enlarged. The bile duct is slightly enlarged. The wall is a bit hyperechoic. And then you can play a bit with the settings of your ultrasound system. And because this is grayscale, we are now on standard, but we can go on superficial. So now it's a bit more defined, so that we can see the wall a bit better. And again, the bile duct, and again the papillary region. What you can look more is the wall of the bile duct. You see it's a bit. Maybe a bit thickened, a bit hyperechoic.
Yes, but
so,
there's not thickening. I mean,
no, not much, but it's a bit hyperechoic, I would say. It's not thickened, but maybe it was a stone that passed. I mean, that if the patient was diagnosed and if the suspicion of acute biliary pancreatitis was strong, so maybe it was a stone which passed. So sometimes you see changes. In the wall of the bile duct. So it's a bit thickened with maybe double layering, but here it looks okay.
Okay.
So then we can follow it further. If you don't trust if it's the bile duct, then you can also use Doppler. So you can see there's no signal inside. Maybe there are some signals surrounding the papilla, so there might be some inflammation there in the walls of the duodenum, but actually the bile duct looks okay until now. So then we are slowly I'm slowly withdrawing the scope now, so we can do to standard just to appreciate a bit more the pancreatic head, and at one point the scope will probably slip out
Yes.
in the stomach. It's not important because we can go back in. So whenever you have been to the second duodenum, you can go there the second time. So we don't worry too much about that. But I'll try to follow again Mara is following the bile duct, and you see it looks nice. Maybe the wall is a bit hyperechoic, but I'll try to follow it. And now we're just going, that's the bile duct still, and now we're just going.
The proximal part, no?
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
just behind the patellum. This is the portal vein.
And now we see and all three of them. So we see the portal vein, the hepatic artery, you can see them with Doppler. So portal vein, hepatic artery, and the bile duct. It is slightly, I would say maybe it's slightly enlarged. Let's see it again here. So here it's in the hepatic hilum. It's about 8 millimeters.
Yeah, but he underwent cholecystectomy.
He has a cholecystectomy.
Yeah,
okay.
yes,
So
many years ago.
So it's probably normal. I mean, 8 millimeters in a patient with a previous cholecystectomy, it's normal. What else can we show? So what you can do now, you see all three of them. So portal vein, hepatic artery, and the bile duct. There are no stones, so Janine will be disappointed. No ERCP, I'm afraid.
Okay, but the patient had laryngitis, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the ERCP. He still has fever, or?
Yesterday he has fever. I don't know today, but
Okay. I'm not sure about the ERCP here, because if there was a stone, maybe an antibiotic will be
enough.
Enough, yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, we can discuss that more. What we can do is to examine. Don't forget to examine the rest of the pancreas. So the scope now is in the stomach, most probably, and you see now very nicely the splenomesenteric confluence, and you just move slowly with the scope, and you just torque it a bit towards left and right just to catch the. Actually, the pancreatic head can be examined very nicely from the stomach. Now we are in the stomach, and you can see very nicely the pancreatic head, but you need a good ultrasound system for this. So in order to examine everything from the stomach, you need a good ultrasound system. But now you can really see nicely the pancreatic duct. You can actually see the ventral pancreas and the dorsal pancreas. So you see the difference in between them. The ventral pancreas is a bit more hypoechoic than the dorsal pancreas. And then you can nicely follow the pancreatic duct here.
Yeah.
So you just follow the pancreatic duct and move towards the pancreatic body and tail. So here is the actual pancreatic body, and we just twist from left to the right to see everything. But I think that the pancreas looks normal.
Normal, yes. If we have 1 minute more, I think you saw. Can you show us how to follow the CBD from the bulb? Sometimes it's useful from the duodenal bulb, just
from the bulb. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because sometimes, not in this case, of course, but sometimes you are not able to reach the second portion of the duodenum.
Exactly.
And you have to check everything from the bulb.
What we have seen when we started, I'll go to the bulb, is that the patient has thickened gastric folds. And I just remembered to show that. You can see that on endoscopy as well. I'm not sure if it's, sometimes in alcoholic patients, you can see this kind of picture with thickened gastric folds. And you can look at them also on ultrasound. So if I place my transducer, that's the left liver lobe, and we can see also the now you can appreciate the really thickened gastric folds. But I'll go to the as Mara suggested. I'll just move to the antrum and again to the first part. So now you see how we started the examination. So I move the scope. The scope goes now in a bit of a long position, and now I'm towards the bulb. Let's see if we can go in again. So now the transducer is actually hooked in the duodenal bulb. So we are still out in the stomach, but the transducer is, you can see it is just in the bulb. So we can push a bit more and manipulate the scope, and then we're looking for the bile duct. We have seen it when we started the examination. Now you see the pancreatic duct here. Yeah. And we'll move towards the bile duct slowly. Maybe
Here we are.
Maybe here.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So now you see that the scope slowly went into the duodenal bulb. You see it nicely on the endoscopy as well. The nice villi in the duodenal bulb, and then you see the bile duct. The appearance is a bit more V-shaped. So you see the bile duct here in a longitudinal fashion and the pancreatic duct. So the image is a bit different as compared to the image that we obtained from the second duodenum. But
Adrian?
Yes?
Mara?
Yes?
I think that actually the patient has cholangitis. We don't see any stone, but probably has a stricture on the area of the papilla on the previous sphincterotomy. So I think that if you agree, we can move to prepare for the RCP, and then we move to the next patient and the next room. Thank you very much for this fantastic demonstration.
Can I have just a small something just to clean it a bit? Small cloth or something, just to... perfect. Yeah, I haven't seen that. Just to get it a bit cleaner.
The following case is about a 78-year-old female patient with type 2 diabetes, arterial hypertension, and dyslipidemia. She suffered from involuntary weight loss and abdominal pain from last year, so she underwent a body CT scan that showed a 3 centimeters solid lesion of the uncinate process of the pancreas with Wirsung duct dilation. The lesion seems to infiltrate the mesenteric vessels for more than 180 degrees. Blood tests were globally normal except for an high CA 19.9. So today's procedure is US with fine needle aspiration and rapid on-site evaluation, and the operators are Dr. Dietrich from Germany and Dr. Sowade from USA.
Christoph?
Christoph,
hello, welcome.
Welcome also from the team, and we have a solid pancreatic lesion for staging. And our suspicion, the pretest probability, 3 centimeters, means advanced ductal adenocarcinoma as the most probably diagnosis, even not seeing anything. So when I start, I always start at the mediastinum and have a look to the subcarinal lymph nodes and to see if lymph nodes are enlarged in that location. Up to 5–10% of patients might have metastasis at this stage, so I'm looking for that as well.
So do you look only for the ones in station 7, like or other stations?
I look also for aortopulmonary window.
So station 5.
But the 7 is the most important because everything flows together.
Yes.
Then the next step is to get an idea on the liver. And as we might see in this patient, carefully look to the liver, and we see quite few focal liver lesion, hyperechoic at the border of surface of the liver. Try to get that a little bit better done, but they don't look like metastasis. So if you have lesions like I will show right on here, can you nicely depict over here? Then we can also use the elastography to see what kind of signals we might deploy, and if it doesn't work, we can change the noise and frame reaction to get a reproducible image, but it does not work such as I like it in that case. But that's a typical view of a cholangiofibroma. So it's not an hemangioma, it's too bright for that. It doesn't look like metastasis, but we have to be aware that there is, we have to exclude liver metastasis. And if I understand well, those lesions have not been described in the computer tomography. So next to the heart, we have the best resolution of all imaging methods to delineate even small cholangiofibroma type lesions. They are an anomaly of the biliary system. And then we go to the 45 position and try to examine also the tail of the pancreas. And we have been amazed because in the tail of the pancreas and clearly differentiated from the kidney behind, can you see there is a cystic lesion as well. We have measured this lesion, and the size of the lesion has been a little bit above 2 centimeters. And then we look for the pancreas is like a U around the instrument. The pancreas is mobile, and we nicely see that mobility of the pancreas during respiration of that patient. So the pancreas is not fixed at the retroperitoneum, but it's mobile to some sort. Here we nicely depict the pancreatic duct. Whenever we see a cyst, you mentioned it earlier, we have to look for the worrisome features. That means the nodules and the duct dilatation and so on.
Solid component.
Solid component, yeah. Quite nicely right now we have examined that, but the lesion we were looking for was supposed to be in the uncinate process. So that means we can't see it from the stomach, so we enter the bulb of the duodenum and try to find a relaxed position next to the gallbladder, and to delineate the structures, the tubular structures beyond. So here we see the pancreatic duct in the center of our image. And the echogenicity of that tumor is not really, is not really hypoechoic or clear hypoechoic, but we clearly can delineate the beginning of the tumor since the pancreatic duct is vanishing over here. So that would be the position we are interested. Whenever we have, let's say, lesions above 2 centimeters, I don't care too much more about contrast or elastography, because the pretest probability is such high that this lesion is ductal adenocarcinoma, and even mixed forms of adenocarcinoma with partially neuroendocrine differentiation might, let's say, give us not too much information. Contrast, elastography, for the small lesion, I can see normal pancreatic parenchyma and that lesion. And that's helpful to avoid radical surgery if we find a benign lesion, which is hypervascular and which is perhaps soft and not stiff. So we identified the region. We judged not to need any more for that moment except the tissue, the passes for the needle.
Right.
We are not at a very comfortable position next to the bulb of the duodenum, perhaps a little bit beyond. We have identified a few lymph nodes, by the way, in the surrounding. So let's say we will go for 22 and we will try fine needle biopsy using the Microtech needle. So the instrument we currently using is the Fujifilm EG580UT. And the ultrasound equipment is the Arietta 850. So try to get that in a somewhat stable position.
Amy Tyber, can I ask a question while you're getting your needle set up?
Yeah, please.
So if this turns out to be adenocarcinoma as we suspect, do you think the cyst is just true unrelated?
I didn't catch that point, sorry.
You think the pancreatic cyst is unrelated, just an incidental
I totally
finding?
think the pancreatic cyst is unrelated to that. It's an incidental additional finding. It might be related to somewhat increasing over time due to the pressure within the pancreatic duct. But from pathogenesis, according to the malignancy of this lesion and independency of the other lesion in the pancreatic tail, I don't care about that. So I tried to get that, to get it in a certain, somewhat...
Do you want us to hold this scope for you?
Not at this moment, but perhaps a second later. So yeah, right now that would be nice. We have the needle. We can maneuver the needle. I put it into the best position. Here we have that pancreatic duct. Here we have that tumor. And try to get it sharp. And finally, we made it. Okay, so we pull a little bit and then make our movements, and we play a little bit with the lesion. And we see that lesion is stiff. So we can even use elastography by showing that movement under the needle, which often gives us, how to say, the illustration. We kindly depict right now much better the softer tissue next to the transducer and the stiffer tissue a little bit behind. So just to learn about tumor behavior, we can work like that. And the deeper parts are the stiffer parts. Change orientation a little bit.
Are you using slow pull technique?
And honestly, as mentioned previously, it's a dynamic process. That means we learn. At the beginning, I do not use suction, and you can take it out from my side. And yeah, try to get that needle out, and we will see. It was stiff tissue. We might change to the aspiration needle. We saw the maneuver was at the distal part not such easy. The p-test probability is 95% to be to be ductal adenocarcinoma. During the initial examination, I've been looking a little bit around also, and I might have seen a little bit of ascites. As you can see here, perhaps in the triangle of the liver. By the way, here is the Phrygian cap. And can you see the Phrygian cap of the gallbladder, which is quite nicely seen? And there might be also neoplasia developing in that. But here you can clearly see the ascites. So what I've been doing is, I do not know where the camera is, so I'm not... over there. I do not know where about fluid. Then I play with the liver and I play with the organs to get, how to say, some negative pressure. And that negative pressure around organs will delineate much better ascites. So we have an advanced tumor. We measured 4 centimeters, 1 centimeter larger than CT. We see lymph nodes, we see ascites, we see even focal liver lesions, which look benign.
Right.
But we have a palliative, a palliative strategy, which we have to prove by further.
If you do elastography here on the lesion like this, and then you want to do a FNA or FMB, which part of the tumor you would like to target to get a better cellular yield?
Yeah, I'd like to get a vascularized part of the tumor. I don't care for that puncture for elastography. So vascularized, yes.
Christoph,
yeah.
Hassad, thank you very much. We need to move back to the ERCP room. Great demonstration. Please wait for the adequacy from the spitologist. Thank you very much again. And move to room number 7. Janine? Janine, can you hear me? Okay.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So
Fantastic.
we are back with a great team. In between, we got the patients on the belly, so it's in prone position, and the patient also got an insight, as I am a strong believer of giving this kind of insights.
Endoscopia. Endoscopia.
So what I will do now, first of all, if you look at the endoscopic image, you can appreciate the papilla. And I think it's important to first just have a look. And what do we see here? We do see a little signature of the EOS, but we also do see clear bile. So then, of course, we have still the same debate. What should we do? How does this papilla looks? It looks, in my opinion, you can see that there has been a sphincterotomy done before. And I wanted to see where do I have to enter. So I want to have this fold away. So I'm working with a pentax scope and with a tome, and we'll just try to, put up the fold. And you can see here, you can clearly appreciate to the right that there might be the entrance to the biliary tract. But I think always if you approach the papilla, take some time to really have a look. And I also always tell my fellows, make a picture. Because if you make a picture, you are focusing. So I think we have to enter over here. And we can try to put in the wire, have some fluoro. Let's see where the wire is going. Yeah, you can advance.
We're not seeing the fluoro.
Yes. You can see that he has had a cholecystectomy. We're going straight. And I think my co-pilot now wants to ask me a question.
Can we see the fluoro image?
There is a role of bile collection in this kind of patient.
Yeah, so you can zip, so I can take over the
The
wire.
radiology image. We don't
So
see,
the
we just
question
have
is
the
if I should
endoscopy
take
view.
now a bit of bile for sampling. I normally don't do it. I know that there are centers that do it to determine their antibiotics according to the bile sample. I would normally not. So I would now just proceed to give some contrast, but I'm happy to take suggestions from the audience. What would you do behind the desk? Would you take cultures now?
Actually, we're not seeing the fluoro image. If we could have that put up.
Okay, maybe we can have the fluoro. I put in the wire a bit further. We can give But if I give now contrast, I think that might hamper my sample for the bile. I look at my co-pilot.
Okay.
So do I sample or do I just put contrast in and continue now for placing a stent?
It's Amy. I usually don't sample either. I would just go straight to a cholangiogram.
Yeah, you go straight. That's also what I would do. So please give me some contrast. You see it's a bit on the edge. The patient has had a cholecystectomy, so the biliary tray is allowed to be up to 8 to 10 millimeters. You see a little kinking in the lower part. I think we can stop with the fluoro.
We still don't have the...
Yeah, unfortunately, we're still not seeing the fluoroscopy image, just the endoscopic image.
Okay, so maybe you can just tell me when you have the fluoro image?
No.
Do you have the fluoro image?
No, not yet.
Okay, I take you through. What you do see is that it's in the hilum. It's about, I would say, 3 to 4 millimeters. Then in the common hepatic duct, it's about 10. It's more or less the size of the scope, maybe a bit more. And then it's nicely tapering down. What I would do now is I would turn to my papilla and see if I would have room to do an additional sphincterotomy. But you see here that it's very narrow. So, and as my adagium is always don't do harm, I would just keep it simple here. The aim is that the patient is recovering from its cholecystitis.
We have the fluoro now.
Okay, so you can see, I hope my story about the CBD is a bit what you see now. And indeed, there's no stones or no sludge in my opinion.
Yes. It looks like no purulent drainage either. Interesting, and since the patient presented with cholangitis.
Yeah, well, if you, I think the contrast is running up, but not incredibly quickly. At the other hand, we have a clear bile. But still, now I'm in, I put in contrast. I would suggest to keep it as easy as possible now, so do no cutting, etc., but just go for stenting. But happy to take suggestions. In the meantime, I'm going to take out my catheter. I am working with a short wire system. I have my wire locked. You see me coming back. Try really to keep an eye on the papilla. Can I have just a shot of fluoro to make sure that while talking I did not lose my wire? I did not.
Okay.
Oh, there was a little stone coming out.
Yeah.
So maybe then I should do a sweep with a little balloon. I mean, it was very quick, but there was a little stone about 2-3 millimeters just jumping out of the papilla.
I think it makes sense, a balloon sweep.
Yeah, so I will go with a not too large balloon because that might not pass. I think this should be easier. Maybe we are there. We're going to exchange the short wire system.
Did you feel any resistance when you were passing the sphincterotome, or when easily?
No, I did not feel, just by, splitting the wire and the catheter. This is slightly different system than I'm used to. So it did not go as smooth as it would normally go. But in the biliary tract, I don't feel any resistance. But as we just quickly saw this stone rolling out, I'm going to do a balloon sweep. And there you have to consider the size of the balloon according to your CBD. And what you can see here on the fluoro is that it's really tapering in the distal part. So if I look at the distal part, a balloon of 8 millimeters might pass, but a larger balloon might not pass. In the meantime, I could put in my wire a bit deeper. It's not very deep, but I would say relatively stable. And furthermore, I think the papilla looks okay. It's not the papilla that's in the sense causing the problem that there might be adenoma or whatsoever.
Passiamo. Sorry, Janine?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I need to change the room for a while, and then we will be back to you in 2 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. So now we can move to the room number 6. We can show the room number 6. Michelle? Michelle?
Contrast.
Michelle, can you hear me? Michelle, can you hear me? You're online, guys. Can you hear me? While we play on the microphone, we can present the case.
Okay, the following case is about a woman of 57 years old. In August 2022, new onset of heavy gastric pain. She underwent a CT scan that showed a pancreatic head lesion with infiltration of superior mesenteric artery. She underwent also USFNA with ROS positive for pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma that confirmed a lesion of the head of the pancreas with vascular endodenal wall infiltration. She started chemotherapy with PAX-G protocol, but in the end of January, admission in other hospital for a new onset of jaundice and gastric obstruction. She underwent EUS-guided transgastric gallbladder drainage with lumps of Paxus 10 per 20 millimeters for biliary drainage after failed ERCP for inaccessible papilla due to duodenal stenosis. For persistent of jaundice, she performed the MRCP with the evidence of cystic duct stenosis, and therefore she underwent external internal percutaneous transhepatic biliary drainage. Now she was admitted to our institute with the following clinical program: optimizing biliary drainage by internalization of PTPD and palliation of gastric outlet obstruction. Today's procedure is a guided gastroenterostomy, and the operators are Professor Calais from New York and Professor Setti from New York also.
Michelle, Amrita, Michelle.
Okay, so we are live. I'm here with Amrita and the whole team of Raffaele, very expert team that has done, I don't know, more than 200 CG, I think. We decided to use the Milan technique. I mean, we're in Milan after all. And so we placed an 8 French Ligori catheter using a therapeutic scope at the level of the ligament of Trites. I don't know if we can show the X-rays. You can see the Ligori nasocystic drain place. So we use that to inflate the bowel. We found a very nice loop here, and then Amrita very kindly was able to help me distend this piece of bowel. I'm very happy to see how distended this piece of bowel is. And as you know, many studies have shown at this point that the best technique, the safest technique to do a GJ is what we call the Milan technique in New York. Is actually a freehand technique. After inflating the bowel, what is doing? It's not moving anymore here. Okay. After inflating the bowel, you see now it's nicely inflated, and have it in this view, which is a very nice vertical view. I'm gonna ask if I can be given a 20 millimeter Axios, and after giving a second dosage of Buscopan, or glucagon, can you help me with the needle, please? I'm gonna place the Axios, the 20 millimeter Axios. So, as I said, studies have demonstrated that there's less chance of migration if you do it freehand. It doesn't mean that you don't need to place a wire. What I like to do is have a wire preloaded into the Axios, so that as soon as I'm in and I have deployed the first flange and opposed the first flange using the deployment system, putting the bowel against the stomach, we will then place a wire as a safety net. So I really like my angle. What I'm gonna do now is have them preload the wire. The wire doesn't have to be advanced all the way, obviously. I just need it preloaded.
And Michelle, just to clarify, when we talk about the angle, you're taking the trajectory that your catheter is going to take, as opposed to keeping it completely perpendicular, which is tempting, but you want to make sure there's enough room for your catheter to enter.
Amrita's point is very important. You need to give enough space for the delivery system to be advanced deep into the bowel so that you prevent any dislocation. Okay, now I'm gonna try to use exclusively fluoroscopy. I need to have the Axios connected.
Pottery wire? Yeah.
Michelle, it's Amy. Are you distending the bowel with
Yes, so we actually use a nasocystic drain to distend the bowel. We can inject some more, please. And we are giving glucagon or Buscopan. We're in Europe, so we can use Buscopan, which is fantastic. And so you can see here, I still have a lot of air. I'm trying to limit the interface of air so that I can see better the tip of the delivery system.
Michelle, you chose not to use a balloon. Any particular reason for that?
Well, I've had the balloon getting stuck onto the stent 1 or 2 times. Doesn't happen often. And then sometimes when you have a little bit of oozing, there's the clot that's stuck on your screen. So typically when I'm doing therapeutic EUS, I try to avoid using the balloon. Are we connected?
Yeah. Check
Okay.
the settings are
Okay.
correct.
So the setting is correct?
We just confirm that.
Alrighty.
Settings are correct. The settings on the RB. This setting. And this whole time we're continuing with the irrigation just to make sure we maximize the distension.
Trying to reconstruct my best angle here. See the bowel. It's not working here. Is it connected?
You're connected.
Okay, yeah, but it's not. Now it's gonna be better. Hold on, because it was against the EOS machine. It's not doing it, guys. It's not doing it.
Double check the settings, please. So for the Axio settings, we're on a pure cut of 6.
Are you okay now?
We're good.
It's not doing it, guys. It's not cutting it. It should go like butter. Can you please check in the settings?
Where's the pad?
Very important to make sure that the conduction is happening. It should go very smoothly. If you don't see the axis going very smoothly, that means the current is not being propagated. That means you don't have coronary effect. That means you're not advancing the axios.
So the pad is on the leg. Sometimes it can be more efficient if it's on the flank a little bit closer.
Okay.
And I think it's a really important point is that, this is not an automatic process. When you hit the pedal and you think the cautery is going, to not make any assumptions.
Exactly.
And to really stop and confirm that the appropriate reaction is happening.
And we know the bowel is not full of liquid, and we need to see those bubbles. If you don't see those bubbles, you are not in bowel. So I don't even think that I was able to cross the stomach yet. So I'm going to take my time. I'm going to make sure that the team is working to get a good contact. Okay, because obviously the conduction is not going. Very important. You can see the bowel is filled with liquid. So that is a very important point. It's going to help us determine if yes or no we are in the bowel. Are we good now? Is everything okay?
Try it, but we haven't changed.
Okay. Yeah, this is not.
Or can we change the wire?
Very important to see the cautery system happening. If you do not see the bubbles, like we say in Spanish, burburas, you have to stop. That means there's no cautery happening. So we're going to take our time. Those are the moments when you really have to really make sure that everything is going the right way. The connection is appropriate. The pad is okay. The conduction is working. And then most importantly, you check with the anesthesiologist if the patient is stable. Where is my anesthesiologist? Okay, how is the patient? Okay, blood pressure, heart rate, everything? Okay, good.
And we can continue with a little bit of irrigation as well.
Yeah, let's do some more irrigation. Amita is totally right.
Can we get some more?
Let's do some more irrigation. We are about to lose the effect of the glucagon.
Michel?
Yes?
I think that you need to change your bio system probably.
Okay, we are changing the value.
They are managing to change. We moved 2 minutes in room number 7 while you're changing. So thank you for your patience.
Absolutely.
And then we go to room number 7, Janine.
Yeah.
Janine, okay.
That's that I'm back. I did put in a balloon. I will inflate the balloon and give them some contrast.
Immagine endoscopica della
Okay, inflate the balloon. And then contrast. Okay, so you nicely can see the CBD. What I will do now is that I deflate the balloon. Okay, and then I deflate, yes. And then I do a balloon sweep, inflate the balloon again.
Janine, we can hear you, but we don't have your images up yet.
And now I come down, and I think it's especially important that you make the movement with your shoulders. So it's not just, you know, tearing down the balloon, it's also working with your wheels.
And this is connected.
Your balloon. And then see if I can pass the papilla. And I'm slowly going there. And we can easily get the balloon out without any stones.
We are still
and I think this was an inflated balloon till 10 meters. So I would say this is done, and I'm going to place the stand now. So deflate the balloon, deflate. I take out this system, and now I'm going to place just the stand.
Janine, are you able to hear us?
Janine?
Yes.
We move back to room number 6 because Michelle is trying again to perform the fistula. Thank you. Thank you very much, Janine.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
I think I just
Okay, so are we back live?
now?
Yes.
Okay, so we are back live. We changed the unit, we changed the cable. The endoscopist and the team is still the same. Hopefully it's gonna work.
And the patient.
And the patient, yes. Thank you, Maria Mita, for reminding me this. Not happening. Not happening, guys.
Thank you. A little bit in, no? You
What's
think
that?
you're a little bit in?
Maybe, but I mean, can you make sure that we have 100 watts? Because it's very important to have the right settings.
Now we're
Because
off.
be careful. You pull in the scope here.
We're all. You turn the machine off.
It has to be 100 watts. Okay, the machine is
The
off
machine
now.
is off entirely?
Yeah, we are taking the one of the room where we usually do this procedure. So
Okay.
that is the hospital 6:30.
Okay. Can I? Be careful with the cable.
Do you want some more Buscopan?
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
because
can we
it's
get
time to-
another ampoule of Buscopan?
Yeah, we are preparing glucagon.
Okay. So are we still live?
Yep.
You are live.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's very important to remember that, you know, you have to have the right settings, the right instrument, the right device, and always keep you calm, whatever happens. That's a very important rule that I always teach my fellow. There could be an earthquake. It doesn't matter. You have to be calm. You have to focus on the patient and make sure that the procedure happens in the best circumstances. That is very important. So, you know, as long as you respect those rules, you will be always able to take care of your patients.
And Michelle, you're also making very sure that we're not changing our view of the bowel. We're not, because in case there has been a little bit of cautery, we want to make sure we're still going the same track.
Yeah, the remark of Amrita is very important. This is not the moment to lose your target. It's not a moment to move away. We probably have cauterized at least the stomach a little bit, which is okay. It's not a big deal. But I mean, if there's any communication with the peritoneum, we would like, if possible, to keep the same track. Another thing that we can talk about is, and this is something that you have to think, in case, you know, something happened where the stent get dislodged and you feel comfortable, more and more people now are converting to a no technique. What does that mean? That, for instance, if you need to bridge the bowel to the stomach because the stent either completely deployed in the bowel or deployed through the stomach in the peritoneum, you need to have the right stent to be able to do that. So I recommend, if This happens only if to use a 2T scope and a Taiwan stent, which is 2TS stent that goes through the scope. Are we okay now? The pedal?
We're just kidding.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. Which pedals am I using this time?
They're just getting it for you.
Okay.
And so actually there has been classification systems of the different types
Right.
of misdeployments that could occur.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Are we good? Make sure you use the 100 watts setting.
We're going to use this pedal one.
Okay.
And that it's the official.
Okay. We ready? All righty. No. No. I don't know what's happening, guys.
Okay, we are going to see.
Yeah.
So what's really important is that you're,
No, I wouldn't change the axis. Just change the pad, the position.
so what's important is that he's not really thrusting it in. It's a nice
So
flow.
Michelle and Amrita, I think that at the end could be a problem of the device and not of the Vario.
Let's just change the pad for 1 second.
You have changed everything, so now I think we need to change the device.
Okay, we're connected.
Okay.
Okay, so Paolo, as you said, maybe the next thing to do is change the Axios device itself.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
think
these can
that's what it
be,
is.
yeah,
Okay, I'll let you remove this
yeah.
thing.
I'm
gonna try to keep my angle.
It's connected.
Although, Michelle, it doesn't look like you've gone through the jejunum at all yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Do
try
you
to keep
think?
my angle. I don't think I was able to go to the stomach. So I'm not concerned here. I think as long as I stay in the vicinity, it should be fine.
We can certainly do fluoro to confirm that there's no
Yeah,
contrast.
can we do fluoro to see if the contrast has left or anything like that? Yeah, it hasn't. So I think we're fine. I think at this stage, just like Paolo said, we've changed the pad, we've changed the Irby, we've changed pretty much everything except the patient and the operator and the team. So we're gonna now try with the new Axios here. Hopefully it was a device issue. So we're gonna do the same thing gently.
I'm just gonna preload the wire.
Preload the wires. Yeah, I'm making sure that I'm not losing my angle. Very important not to lose your angle in this case. Okay, and then if you don't, if you mind, not try to make me lose vision with this light.
Irrigation.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so let's connect the Axios. Okay. So Amrita gonna connect it. She need to hit the click.
Okay.
Okay, we have the click.
Or irrigate.
I'm gonna go outside of the scope now. There it is. Reposition myself. Man. What setting are we using?
It's the Axios
It's
setting.
the Axios setting.
The one we usually use for vasculogynostomy.
You sure you don't want to try
mean,
up here? Okay, just wait. Well, wait.
No.
Okay, so last thing we can do is just change the position of the pad.
Yeah.
A little bit closer.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's important to go through all the potential steps of what
Yeah.
could be going wrong. It's an entire circuit, so we have to really think from the device all the way to, the location of the pad. Sometimes patients, large body habitus, could be resistant. So we're just going to move it a little bit closer to the flank or the thigh. We've changed everything else. And also, maybe we could also increase the...
How much watt is that?
It's on 6.
Is that 100 watts?
I'll tell you 1 second.
How many watt it is? It has to be hundreds.
It's 239 watts.
How much?
239. It's the right thing. Do you want to go up at all? 7.
Let's just see how it is now.
Okay.
We change the pad. Okay.
We're set.
Just not advancing.
Laura?
Not advancing. Let's go up on the setting.
Okay. So we'll go, you want to go up to 8?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that okay?
No, not working.
Maybe it won't accept that height.
Okay.
Go to 7. Go down to 7.
We good?
No.
It's doing something, but it's just not. Guys. Okay, what's happening? Why is
Do
it?
you think we should maybe change it, find another spot?
Come on.
No. Okay.
I don't know. Hello.
I feel like you're through too small vowel. I think you're in. Fluoro? Just look on fluoro.
Am I in?
Can you move the fluoro down a little bit?
X-ray?
Fluoro?
I'm in vowel. I think.
You could be, yeah, you can see pushing. You can see the on EUS. You can see the vowel wall being pushed.
If I'm in vowel, I'm gonna keep it unlocked, and I'm gonna deploy the first flange.
Can we see the fluoro image
X-ray?
also?
X-ray?
I think the first flange is probably right outside.
Yeah, I think so.
But this is okay because we have the wire in place.
Yes.
Michelle, Amrita, do you think that you are in?
No.
No, I don't think so.
But we have the wire.
Yeah, but are you sure that the wire is in the loop?
I think so.
No?
X-ray? X-ray? Look. The wire look pretty good.
Yeah.
The wire look pretty good. Okay.
So the question is whether you want to deploy the flange in the stomach and then go down with the other scope. Stent.
Yeah, but I think that actually the flange doesn't look to be in the loop.
Can we recapture?
Yeah, you can recapture. Yeah, so we can try that and then burning through.
So let's recapture then. X-ray?
So this is an important technique that actually is a little bit part of when we do choledochal duodenostomies now, is understanding the ability to
You see it unlocked here, huh? Okay,
try to resheath this. It's off-label technique. Ooh.
You broke it.
There
You
we
broke
are.
it. Okay. So that's not good. X-ray?
So the other question is, do you think the tip of the axios is through the?
Yeah, I think so.
Don't need
I'm
to.
thinking about bridging it, to be honest.
Yeah. And
Oh,
do you want
X-ray?
to try to deploy the
X-ray?
other flange in the stomach?
Okay, that's good. Let's go through the wire. Oof.
So Michelle,
Yes.
Marita, while you are trying to solve this problem, I think that we can move to Hyderabad because I see that Sandeep is already working. Sandeep, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Great.
Keep the floor on.
Thank you. Thank you. You're online, so
Okay.
you can present your case and then we can move on. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
so thank you, Paulo. And with me is Dr. Jahangir, and we will move straight to the history of the case. This is again a 50-year-old lady with recurrent vomiting, suggestive outlet obstruction, and a very high CA19-9. Endoscopy shows a fibril growth in the antropyloric region with gastric outlet obstruction, and the biopsy from which came out as adenocarcinoma. This is a CT which shows a gallbladder mass which is infiltrating the liver as well as the duodenal area, and also the vascular infiltration is there. So the plan is to do gastroenterostomy, EUS guided, but we will do different from what Michelle is doing. Michelle and Amrita are working together. We saw that case, so you have the endoscopy view, and I have passed the scope inside, forward wing endoscope, and you can see the tumor right there in the antral area. Can you appreciate that? And the tube that you see is a nasojejunal tube. So as a policy, whenever a patient comes with outlet obstruction, they are usually malnourished, and at the first index of diagnosis itself, while we're working them up, we place this tube for two reasons. One is to give them nutrition over next 1 or 2 weeks till the diagnosis is established and the plan is made. And this also tells us that if there is any distal obstruction for any malignancy with peritoneal mets and other things, the feeding, if it's going on and smoothly, then we don't anticipate any distal problems. So I have passed the upper GI scope through the over tube. We will be using a double balloon technique, which is our preferred method. Can I have the ball tip now? So NJ tube also helps us to guide in which part of the narrowing we have to enter. So there's several advantages of it. You have the fluoroscopy image now also. So we will go deep down with the Terimo wire. Terimo, right? So there comes the ball tip catheter. It takes a little longer than usual, but it makes it very safe, the double balloon.
Hi, it's Amy again. This is another example of a device that I'm jealous that we do not have.
Okay, remove the engine.
United States.
Remove the engine now. So since the endoscope goes through the over tube, it makes it a little difficult. Pull it back a little bit. Pull it back. Descend. Remove. Okay. I know where to go in that tumor. Descend. Remove it. Yes? In. Flora, please. I think it's in. It's in. Can you take it down now? Yes. It's gone down. Virus come back. The virus come back. Now we'll try again. So that's gone deep inside on the fluoroscopy. It's in the stomach. No, it's in the stomach, I think. Universe, concentrate.
Sometimes this is the hardest part of the procedure.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Amy.
Yeah.
The opening is eccentric.
Yeah, it's on the side. Now it's gone in.
Yeah. That looks good.
Yeah, now it's in. So let's take it down. Every step has to be cross-checked from all angles, endoscopic view, fluoroscopy view, and so on and so forth. And we'll take it as deep down as possible because we have to take a double balloon which should go very deep in. Mind you, I'm operating through an over tube. This is a over tube meant for short balloon enteroscopy of Olympus. Or Jana.
Yeah.
Go. Okay, let me just. Please. Yeah. So we also have the previous imaging of when the jejunal tube was there to give us the roadmap, because sometimes duodenum can be malrotation, having malrotation, which also causes some challenges at the time of placement. And after GJ have you started, we are observing that more and more duodenal malrotations we are observing. I don't know, Amy, what's your experience on that?
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes the ligament of trites does not go the direction that it's supposed to. Yeah. Sometimes contrast injection can help clarify the anatomy as
when we
well.
have the tube inside, we had a contrast injection before. We'll show that image to you also. No, it's not going.
For the double balloon, you need to be kind of
we need to be as deep as possible.
Yeah.
Contrast. We'll put some contrast there and see. Bring it in the center, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, done. Go ahead. That's it. Saline. So that will be the target loop for us, which is very close to the stomach. As you can see, the air in the stomach behind.
But again, going the opposite way that you would expect. Yeah.
We also have the glucagon ready for. Yes, now it's gone in.
There you go.
Now that's a comfortable position. And now we can go deep down and change the wire now. That's okay. Change the wire. Change the wire. So this will be a very good target. Yes. We'll have a long loop, hopefully.
But what wire are you changing to?
So I'm using a long Jaguar 035, which will go as deep down as possible, because we need to keep the two balloons around the DJ flexure, one beyond it and one proximal to it, so that we can hit the DJ flexure, which is a more fixed area. If we use a lot of free-flowing small bowel, even with this balloon, challenges do happen in spite of fixing. So I'm pulling back the ball tip catheter, leaving the guide wire inside.
And this wire is a little bit stiffer, so it'll allow.
So this is a stiffer wire.
Yeah.
And we need a long wire, that's more important. Stiffer is always better. And while I pull back so wire has come, hold the wire, and we'll push the tube in. The over tube, the purpose is to allow the E-pass balloon to go in. And while I push the scope, push the over tube, and I'll pull the, Jahangir, you can handle that. Okay.
Oh.
And I'll keep the wire deep inside also.
So the E-pass will fit through the over tube.
It's an over tube.
Yeah. It has little kinks now, but that's okay. We can pull it back and remove those kinks as we push the E-pass balloon with the lead balls inside. So one of my assistants is holding the over tube close to the mouth, and we can have I'm sure most of the audience would be aware of this over tube, of this E-pass balloon. If somebody can just give that. So this is a balloon which has been designed by Takao Itoi. It is a very long orojejunal tube. The tip has the lead balls, and the two balloons are 20 centimeters apart from each other. They have radiopaque marker. And between the two balloons, we have multiple holes where the contrast can fill in. The proximal end of this has 4 channels, one to take the guide wire. The 2 orange ones are to fill the forward and the back balloon. And the 4th channel is meant to fill the intervening area between the fixed loop of jejunum, which is filled with saline, contrast, and a coloring agent. So let's pass this balloon over the guide wire.
So in essence, you're turning the bowel into almost like a pseudocyst.
Yes, absolutely. So we make the target organ as fixed as possible. So while talking, the balloon came through the side opening, just like it happens in some of the short wire system. Okay. We'll go slow. There is no hurry. I think this is a procedure which is high risk, high reward, I always say. And one wrong step can cause issues. So there's a little bit of jelly. Yeah, and then we will pass the wire. Has not reached the end, but we will push it across. And we'll, okay. Oh. Where are you? No, wire is looping in the stomach. So that's a issue. You can see on the fluoroscopy.
Yeah, it looks like it's reducing the.
Yeah, okay. Straightened up.
There we go.
So we'll keep the wire taut.
I think the wire has got pulled back. No, wire is pulled back significantly. I think we'll have to go in again. The vaginal wire is pulled back. Let me try to push it in if it can go without causing a loop in the stomach. If it works well, it's okay. Otherwise, we'll have to do it again. Raju, it's okay? Okay, so far it's okay. The technician, fluoroscopy technician tells me it's fine. Can we just pull it back a little bit and see? Has the wire come? No, it's looping in the pre-pyloric. Okay, the wire has come out. So we'll catch the wire and go through the overtube. There's a kink here also. We'll try to negotiate that.
It's probably right where that sharp angulation was.
Yeah, that's a sharp angulation, right? Absolutely right. And this is a little bit of a tricky area.
Yeah.
No, it's not gone. It's slipped back. It's in the stomach. It's in the stomach. It's looped back in the stomach. Let me
pull back and we'll try to push it again.
Wire pull. Pull. Straighten the loop. Pull.
Wire, maybe. Yes.
Keep it tight.
Yes. So that's the sharp bend part.
Tight.
Yeah, it's taking 90 degrees here.
No. It's flopping off.
So close.
So that's a challenge.
Yeah.
Pull the wire. I think we'll probably have to go in again. This is not going to go in. No, that loop in the stomach is preventing all the things. Can you push the wire in? Push. Not going? Now? I think we'll go back again. I think we'll have to redo it all over again. I think let's not take any chance. Overtube चाहिए ना? Gauze piece.
It's a good example of how the procedures can be technically difficult, even in expert hands. Yeah, both.
The stricture is very tight. Sometimes, and the overtube is not right at the mouth of the stricture. This can happen.
Do you think putting the overtube closer to the angulation might?
Yeah, so it's a little stiff, and that's why I pulled it back so that the scope could come out. It was hitting it.
Sandeep, do you always try to use the double balloon, or are there cases where you seems to be a very difficult case where you change your modality and use a standard nasobiliary tube in order to dilate the loop?
As a standard of practice, we use this double balloon catheter technique in all the cases. We prefer to do this because it's going to be very safe and fix the jejunum. Freehand technique we rarely use, but commonly we use this technique only.
Thank you.
So when I get stuck, I stop speaking. and let my colleague who is expert.
Don't worry. We can absolutely understand you. Don't worry, Sandeep. But your colleagues are so expert that they can really answer any question.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Now we're blessed to have a very strong team, and we gel well.
Yeah, we know each other since many years.
Yes. Screen. It's gone. Wire is gone. Not in the stomach. It's a very mucinous kind of a tumor. The mucin is sticking there actually. But it's through it. Now we are deep in. We'll keep as deep as possible so that we have more margin of error then.
For some reason, that angulation looks like it'll be easier to maneuver. Even with a little bit of the loop, might actually help you. Yeah.
Yeah, वो blue वाला रहता है ना. Okay. No, that's okay.
Yeah. So here we can appreciate that the shape of the wire and the loop is different when we compare to the previous image. So again, the jejunal loop has changed. It's moved a bit. So this can happen when we attempt repeatedly. But whatever the loop and however the shape, the most important thing is we should be able to pass the catheter and fix the loop.
सबसे step यही है. Blue रहता था ना. हाँ, ड्रीम बैट ब्लू कलर होता ना. I'll just keep it as close as possible to this part when I draw. Okay. More? Okay. Okay. Nikale? I'll take it out now. Keep pushing the wire in.
We are repeating the same steps again. We are exchanging the catheter. And we're exchanging the guide wire to a stiffer wire now.
There's a loop at the mouth.
You can see the angulation is right
where
the tumor
it's a very stiff. Yeah, that's a very angulated version. We'll have to push the overtube. That's what Mohan and Jahangir are suggesting, to push the overtube as close to this area as possible. And
this is
so
mainly
can you show
happening.
the scope tip now? Scope, okay, that's right. Little bit more. I'll have to remove that angle and push the overtube in. Okay, this is better, I think. Eh? So Mohan is an overtube guy. So we can exchange now. Wire push, and I'll exchange it now. I think this looks so much better. Thank you, Mohan. I think your experience with overtube helps us here. Look how each step matters. If it goes through, then I'll give the credit to you. Guide wire nikala, overtube pakad. I'll remove the wire push, and I'll leave the. Please show me the tip of the wire. Yes, okay. So that's not moving. Okay.
Now, one difference we made this time is, when compared to the previous time, we pushed the over tube close to the narrowing as much as we can. So I think we are hoping that it will avoid the acute angulation.
Otherwise, we have to go to the freehand technique then.
Yes, yes. And
There's a question from the audience. They ask you if you, why don't predilate to get the balloon through?
I'm sorry?
Why? Can you hear me?
Yes. Loro?
Okay. The question is
Can you show the
why?
upper part of the
Sandeep, the question from the audience is why do not dilate the stricture before passing the balloon?
Yeah, that is one option we can think of, but what we feel here is it's more the angulation making the problem rather than the narrowing. So if we can see that it's in the angulation area, eccentric opening, and it's taking a acute angle. So and the opening allows the catheter easily, but it's mainly because of the angle. That's the reason we are trying with this method only. Now we are keeping everything, yes.
Why tight?
Why tight? This is the most important and the rate limiting step. I think we are crossing, yes.
Almost. Why tight?
Why tight?
Once the lead balls can go, then other things can follow.
Now we crossed the most important angulation here, and we are trying to push
I think now more we can
as deep as possible. But here also we have to be careful till it crosses the.
So first balloon also has crossed with the lead balls in the front. The second balloon is now crossing the stricture. As you can see, the radiopaque marker.
Yes.
You guys are making that look so easy, but that's perfect coordination with the.
We don't see actually the hands. Who is maneuvering? It's difficult to understand. You are such a big team that is very difficult to understand if you are maneuvering something or the other guys. But it's very spectacular, I think, this maneuver.
This is a more. Now you can take out the. Maybe let it go. We don't want to pull the over tube till the balloon is accurately positioned. You want to do massage of the abdomen, Mohan? Should we pull now? I think it's not going. It's okay. Why tight? Anyway, I think it's decent. If it goes, the proximal balloon crosses the spine, that would be nice for, it's crossing, it's moving.
Yeah, it's moving. Now we can.
We can always pull back, but we can't push in once we remove the over tube. And that's why I want to go as deep as, that's okay, I think. That's okay?
I see.
Take a picture, please.
So the second balloon is right at the spine there, right? Just
Yes.
making sure I'm
So I'll
seeing correctly.
pull back the over tube now.
Okay.
Or you want to inflate first?
So now you are sure that the part the part inside the balloons are the trites, the rising part of the third duodenum and the first jejunal loop. That's true. Is it true? Okay.
Yes.
That's really nice.
Correct.
So this balloon will, the over tube will hang here on the double balloon. And now what we'll do is fill the. Let's inflate the balloons now. The forward balloon will inflate with contrast. So that you can see there. And the back balloon also. The two persons will inflate. So we'll go up to 40 cc on both the balloons. So that will anchor the jejunal loop.
So we are inflating both the balloons simultaneously now. We can appreciate that one is deep in the jejunum, the other one is almost in third part of the duodenum. So the loop around the DJ flexure area will be target for the stent deployment.
At this point, we will give glucagon to paralyze the duodenum as well. A small bowel. How much?
We inject around
20 each?
35 cc of saline with contrast.
So once it assumes a cylindrical position, it is snugly fitting into the, yeah. How much? Okay. Yeah. Okay, now we'll fill the intervening part between the two balloons. And we can go up to about 100 to 120 cc. So both the balloons, first contrast.
Do you put methylene blue in there as well? Or?
Yes. So first we'll just inject 10 cc contrast, and then we have a solution of saline and contrast there. Saline and methylene blue. Indigo carmine to be precise, actually. Contrast. Here comes the contrast between the two balloons. We have some contrast distally also. So we have to be aware of that. That's why seeing the tube on EUS would be useful. Some more contrast, please.
Do you have already inject Buscopan or?
Yeah, we have given glucagon while we are filling the intervening area. How much is gone? 20. So we'll go now. I'll pass the endosonoscope while they are filling it up. Keep going, keep going.
We don't see the EUS image yet.
We'll show it to you very soon.
Okay. I'm just excited.
So, okay, so that's the
now we have it.
target organ which is getting filled. We can cross-check and fluoroscopy, and you can also see the tube inside with the movement of the solution. That's the tube there.
Yep.
That's the tube on top. 80? Okay, stop there.
Yeah.
This looks like a decent.
Yes.
It looks nice.
Mohan, you're happy? Jahangir, you're happy?
Yeah, yes.
So everybody in the room has to be happy. And then we'll get the stent ready, please. Stent ready. Quick. Axios.
So you're looking for a longitudinal angle, basically.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we can see on the fluoroscopy as well, the angle is good. So we had an option also of a hot spaxus, but the patient requested us to use a wider diameter stent, and they're right. And we have more experience with that, but nevertheless, both the lamps are very good for this. Wet?
It's 20
What reset?
20
Settings are
millimeter.
okay?
Yeah.
Pad? We had some, okay.
You're using a 20 millimeter?
Yeah, 20 millimeter. Screen, please, Floro. I lost good image. Huh? I think I moved a little bit while fixing it. Let me just move around. This one. Is a hold it here. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the first step.
Like Sandeep is very quick in going in.
Still the movements are happening.
Yeah. Yes.
Should I go a little deeper in? No.
Yeah, now you can see we are deploying the proximal. We can push. Yeah.
It's in.
Yeah, it's in only.
It came out a little bit, but that's okay. Happy?
Yeah, now we can appreciate
Happy.
clearly that the proximal flange is in the jejunum, and we can see the catheter also and some fluid movement. Yes. Now we are
Now,
opposing the
do you
gastric
preload a
wall.
wire here or no wire?
No wire, no wire.
No wire, no wire.
I have deployed in the channel now.
So the distal flange also got deployed in the channel. Now we'll switch to endoscopy view. And
pull back.
slowly we'll give a right torque and we'll push the stent out. Yes.
All right.
You can appreciate the methylene blue colored liquid is draining out into the stomach.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a very rewarding.
Fantastic procedure, guys. Sandeep, you can breathe now. But it was really impressive. I think, as Amy told you, we are very jealous about your devices, because this device that can fix the loop and can distend the loop is absolutely brilliant. I must admit. One question from my side: are you going to dilate the stent now? No. Okay. And
We will let it expand on its own, which takes about 4 to 7 days to reach 20 millimeters. And about 4 to 6 hours later, if there's no discomfort, we'll allow liquids today. And we will then allow some thick soup by tomorrow morning. That's about 16 hours later from now, 12 to 16 hours later.
And are you going to discharge the patient in how many days?
At least 2 days. We will keep in the hospital. We'll screen once or twice in between to see the stent expansion. We measure the diameter of the stem of the stent and deflate the balloon, please, both the balloons. And once we are comfortable, everything is okay, she's taking oral liquids and maybe some thick soup. Then we discharge them and allow them to be fiber-free diet for next a week or so. Then they can be on a normal diet. But we avoid diets which have thick seed in them. That's the only thing.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So we'll deflate the balloon now, both of them one by one. And once they're fully deflated, then we'll pull them out, not before that. So we'll take some time you can switch over if you want to other room. But thank you very much for giving us opportunity from AIT.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandeep. Thank you very much to the whole team. As always, you have done a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And see you next year for sure. A big applause from the auditorium, and thank you again. So the morning session has finished, so we can go out for the lunch, and please be back right in time for the session of lectures. Thank you very much. See you very soon.
voice. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Talking loud.